Testujemy ten. Popatrz na kanale angielskim.
Raz, dwa, trzy, cztery, pięć, sześć, 7, 8, 9, 10. Kanał angielski. Raz, dwa, trzy, cztery, pięć, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Kanał angielski. Kanał drugi. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Znacie hasło do Wi-Fi? Może?
Raz, dwa, trzy, raz, dwa, trzy. Słychać, że tam? Tak, sprawdzam, czy działają.
A już audycje są?
Są, tylko sprawdzam, czy są poprawne, czy to wszystko ruszyło.
To daj mi, jak zobaczę.
Tak, oczywiście.
Zaraz tam drugą. Chyba poszły, zobaczmy. Tak? Na Facebooka. Dobra, ja muszę przygotować, tak. Ale to trochę go po prostu z tym. To działa ci, Mirek? Ale głośno jest teraz, niech się... Sprawdź z tłumaczem, czy wam działają.
Który to jest? Nie wiesz?
Co? To jest polski,
Skąd wiesz?
bo podpisane jest PL z przodu.
I co, ja tutaj powinien mieć głos?
Teraz nie, ale jak się tłumaczy, to powinniśmy to słyszeć.
Tutaj pan sobie położy, tak. Kamera jest tak skierowana w stronę. Teraz głośniki włączyłeś, tak?
Nie, włączone. Raz, o, są włączone.
Nie, bo zastanawiam się, że oni coś tu nam tego nie słyszymy. Powinno było...
Bo może oni są, jak on się nazywa? Inżynier Stanisław Lipski. Lipski, czyli może oni są nie po włączeniu mikrofonów.
A oni chyba rozmawiają z sobą. Może ja tak nie słyszę.
Ja to nie słyszę, gdzie jest Lipski. Mam dziwne wrażenie, że ten Mac się znowuż wysrał. Że Mac się wysrał znowuż.
Jeden, dwa, trzy, cztery. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
ten dźwięk sprawdzaliście, czy chodzi?
Co?
Zobacz, jeśli dźwięk z tłumaczem, czy działa.
No właśnie nic nie pokazuje.
No bo teraz nic nie gadają. Ja teraz mówię, czy nawet... Raz, dwa, trzy, raz, dwa, trzy, raz, dwa, trzy. Powinien słyszeć oryginał. Czy słyszysz? Tylko teraz sprawdź, czy na angielskim chodzi angielskiego tłumacza, a na polskim polskiego. To pogadaj z kabiną. Rozładował się? Musimy mieć telefon, wiesz, to podsłuchu, bo to jest za dużo urządzeń. Styla klasa, ale człowiek się zaloguje. Z małej?
Jak tam panowie? Wszystko w porządku?
Wygląda, że tak.
Także krajami.
Ale SGH prowadzi też takie wykłady. Ja chciałem, że SGH też miał po zarządzaniu. No to oni cykl chyba robią, co miesiąc robią.
Panie doktorze, a w jakiej katedrze? Bo tam jest sporo tych katedr.
Oczywiście na pewno katedrze zarządzania, ale to jest pani profesor, która pracuje u nas jednocześnie na uczelni też. I my wszyscy jesteśmy w katedrze zarządzania ostatnio.
Aha, a jak się nazywa ta pani profesor? Jeszcze raz mogę prosić?
Teresa Słaby.
Teresa Słaby, tak?
Tak, tak. Jak pani ma tam gdzieś otwarte okienko Google, to na pewno pani sprawdzi szybko.
Tak, oczywiście sobie sprawdzę. Przyznam się, że uczelnia jest dość spora, jest sporo różnych kolegiów i czy to będzie kolegium przedsiębiorczości, czy też stosunków tam międzynarodowych, znaczy stosunków zagranicznych. Po prostu trzeba sobie sprawdzić dokładnie, bo tych punktów takich odnośnie zainteresowanych tematyką zarządzania trochę jest, się przyznaję, tych środowisk. Także chętnie po prostu sprawdzę, nawiążę, bo jestem bardzo otwarta na takie formy wymiany wiedzy.
Ja mam jeszcze jedno ciekawe zainteresowanie. Napisałem geografenię. Takim nowym materiałem, który wzbudzał serca i umysły. Tutaj wielu ludzi dalej wzbudza, bo jest tajemniczy, nikomu się wiele nie udało zrobić, natomiast wszyscy wiedzą, że na pewno istnieje.
No tak. Zastanawiam się, czy reszta osób nas słyszy, czy tylko my jesteśmy tutaj na wizji.
Na pewno nas słyszą, bo nie chcą przerywać. Ciekawość ich zżera, co jeszcze pani powie.
Co jeszcze powiem? Panie doktorze, to przy okazji korzystając, ja też się pochwalę jakąś taką swoją też pasją. Zanim trafiłam do Instytutu Psychologii, to od dzieciństwa towarzyszyły mi też zainteresowania muzyczne. W klasie fortepianu kończyłam szkołę muzyczną pierwszego-drugiego stopnia, potem wybrałam się do Instytutu Muzyki, miałam między innymi też oprócz fortepianu klasę dyrygentury. Tam ten wątek takiego zarządzania, przywództwa mnie już wtedy zainteresował. Jak to się dzieje, że dyrygenci dyrygując tą samą orkiestrą, różni dyrygenci osiągają z tą samą orkiestrą różne efekty. I wtedy zauważyłam, jak ważny jest ten potencjał kapitału ludzkiego. I w taki sposób potem się przyznaję, postarałam się o taki projekt ogólnopolski, żeby przebadać właśnie ten kapitał ludzki dyrygentów, praktycznie badania ogólnopolskie, i na tej podstawie stworzyłam swoje narzędzie diagnostyczne, które pomogło mi stworzyć typologię i wyróżnić 3 modele właśnie przywództwa, w tym jedną taką charakterystykę modelu efektywności, która przynosi największe efekty w organizacji. I tak tą tematyką się zainspirowałam i w tym momencie przywędrowałam do koncepcji zrównoważonego rozwoju. Zauważyłam, że są tam elementy bardzo spójne.
Bardzo wiele talentów Pani wymieniła w tej krótkiej wypowiedzi. A na jakim instrumencie Pani gra?
Raz, dwa.
Na
To
fortepianie.
jest bardzo trudny instrument. Ja też mam w odległości 2 metrów, może 3 metrów ode mnie też stoi fortepian stary, niestety nieużywany. Mam też domu pianino, ale niestety nie korzystam z tego, raczej młodsze pokolenie na tym się wyżywa.
Tak, bo to jest bardzo forma taka ekspresyjna, można powiedzieć, tak jak czasami zadania sportowe dla sportowców. I ono po prostu bardzo też, przyznaję się, pomaga i jest to dla mnie taka szansa na tworzenie też swoich takich koncepcji odnośnie środków wyrazu muzycznego przy danym utworze. Między innymi takie na przykład mazurki Paderewskiego są moją taką ulubioną formą kształtowania mojego prywatnego wyrazu muzycznego.
Ja najbardziej lubię chyba utwory Waldiego. Takie są lekkie, pogodne.
Tak, bardziej takie orkiestrowe.
Zamiast takich ciężkich utworów w wymiarze patriotycznym, prawda, i głębi duszy, to jakoś mnie denerwują. Nie wiem dlaczego. To się może prawo ukrywa.
Być może dlatego, że opierają się o takie współbrzmienia dysonansowe. One są troszkę trudniejsze do percepcji, słuchania. Te konsonansowe, pozytywne takie, bardziej przyjemne dla ucha, stąd też może w odbiorze są po prostu przyjemniejsze.
Że ta rola dyrygenta Pani zafascynowała, czy Pani lubi dowodzić?
No pan doktor tutaj dobrze celuje, faktycznie przyznaję się, że dowodzę też tutaj dodatkowo w zespole takim badawczym w przypadku projektów innowacyjnych, właśnie w tworzeniu narzędzi diagnostycznych. Teraz napisaliśmy wniosek do Narodowego Centrum Badań i Rozwoju, czekamy na wyniki. Jest to faktycznie taki już wyższy poziom tworzenia tych narzędzi diagnostycznych w oparciu o najlepsze wyniki na przykład zespołów sprzedażowych danej organizacji, żeby dopasować odpowiednio profil i ten wewnętrzny potencjał oszacować, jakie zmienne psychologiczne za tym stoją. I do tego tworzenie zadań, które są potencjalnie nie do odkrycia dla potencjalnego kandydata, bo przeważnie w procesie rekrutacyjnym, powiedzmy sobie szczerze, kandydaci są już na tyle inteligentni, że potrafią się dopasować i wyczuć, co druga strona w organizacji oczekuje, i jeśli komuś bardzo zależy na danym stanowisku, no to będzie grał rolę aktora. I to właśnie podejście nasze w ramach tego projektu badawczego dotyczy tego, żeby właśnie był to sposób naturalny, żeby nie było to możliwe tak wprost odkrycie, na czym drugiej stronie zależy, i po prostu, żeby ten potencjał zdiagnozować najbardziej możliwie trafnie i rzetelnie. Z tym też będziemy współpracować z ośrodkiem badawczym NeuroOn, który zajmuje się właśnie naukami tutaj badania po prostu umysłu i mózgu człowieka. Będą wykonane takie tutaj elektrody i za pomocą tych elektrod będziemy po prostu badać.
Był taki student, który robił taką pracę dyplomową u mnie z sterowaniem myślą
Tak jest, bo okazuje się, że podświadomość... Tak, da się wszystko odczytać i na tej podstawie będziemy tworzyć właśnie klucz interpretacyjny.
Ale to w tym Pani narzędziu badawczym też musi być jakiś system maskowania rzeczywistych intencji, bo tak to
Tak, będzie.
aktora musi pani wywołać.
Tak.
To jest dobry.
Panie doktor, tak, oczywiście, panie doktorze, już przez ostatnie 2 lata prowadziliśmy wstępne takie badania tutaj z organizacją dość sporą rynku finansowego, która dała nam grupę badawczą, można by powiedzieć, do wczesnych takich testów, żeby wstępnie zorganizować i zobaczyć, z jakim zbiorem się te zadania spotkają i żebyśmy po prostu zobaczyli, które z nich mogą być diagnostyczne, które nie wstępnie i żebyśmy mogli tą koncepcję opracować na tyle, żeby można było złożyć projekt do Narodowego Centrum Badania Rozwoju.
Dlatego, że ja bym...
No tak. Kiedy Państwo złożyliście ten swój projekt do NCBR-u?
Proszę?
Kiedy Państwo złożyliście ten swój projekt?
Kilka miesięcy temu praktycznie na Mazowsze celowaliśmy.
Wiem. Dlatego też pytam, bo jestem członkiem Komisji Oceny Projektów, ale w innej instytucji, w Ministerstwie Rozwoju oraz Banku PGK, bo to dotyczy projektów jednostek naukowych, które chcą nowych technologii zdobywać, oszukiwać, ewentualnie siebie własnego, że rozwijają te nowe technologie, dlatego też bardzo ciekawe doświadczenia z tego wynikają, bo jak Pani wspomniała o aktorskich zachowaniach, to akurat mi się przypomniały tych wnioskodawców przed ekspertami, jak się bronią.
No tak jest. Tutaj organizacje same nam zgłaszają potrzeby w związku z tym, z takim zespołem tutaj znajomych osób i też pracowników, też z różnych też uczelni, przyznaję się, bo mamy w gronie też osobę, która się zajmuje grami behawioralnymi pod kątem takim właśnie bardziej też w ramach teorii gier, nauk ekonomicznych, jak również też i profesora psychologii właśnie zajmującego się neuronauką. Skład jest bardzo taki różnorodny. Mamy szansę na takie trenowanie akceptacji różnorodności też w zespole. Przyznaję się, że każdy z nas ma inny punkt widzenia i tutaj zderzamy się z tworzeniem, bym powiedziała, takiej synergii pozytywnej.
No to prawda, rzeczywiście. Pani też wydziela bardzo wiele energii pozytywnej w tej rozmowie, bo wiele wątków Pani poruszyła. Ja oczywiście też mam różne doświadczenia ze względu na siłę włosy, ale na pewno bym z Panią nie konkurował w tej dziedzinie. Chociaż mam też swoje obserwacje, swój punkt widzenia, widzę jak się ludzie zachowują, oceniam to, staram się zrozumieć, ale nie wszystko rozumiem. To jest takie proste.
Tak, jest. No to tutaj bym powiedziała, że przychodzą z pomocą tak zwane percepcyjne, zdarzają się takie zwane błędy poznawcze i to jest naturalne zjawisko, każdy w jakiś tam sposób kiedyś ich dotknął, czyli na przykład efekt świeżości, efekt hal. Różne są takie efekty poznawcze, gdzie w procesach rekrutacyjnych rekruterzy zderzają się z tego typu wyzwaniami. Natomiast potem organizacje to dość wiele pieniędzy kosztuje. Takie straty, do których się przyznają, to jest średnio około 7,2 miliony rocznie strat w nieefektywnych procesach rekrutacyjnych kapitału ludzkiego. Czyli niezbyt dobrze dopasowane stanowiska do organizacji. Jest bardzo duża fluktuacja.
No to prawda, bo ja takie doświadczenie w sferze technicznej, czyli 10 lat na Wydziale Mechanicznym i 5 lat na Wydziale Mechanicznym, 15 lat w Macie, gdzie były grupy wojskowe, gdzie też potem już w czasie studiów żeśmy obserwowali niezupełnie zgodność z tym, co sobie wyobrażali, a z tą rzeczywistością i utrzymując jeszcze kontakty z niektórymi dyplomatkami, których miałem, widzę, że ten dysonans między akademią, kształceniem w akademii, a rzeczywistym pożywaniem zbrojnych jest dosyć różny i nawet duży, powiedział w niektórych przypadkach. I nie zawsze też potrafię pomóc. A myślę, że Pani specjalność byłaby w sam raz do tego, żeby odkryć popatrzeć, poprowadzić.
Bardzo dziękuję za komplement, panie doktorze. Jestem do dyspozycji w przyszłości i do kontaktu.
A zetknęła się pani z czymś takim jak badania kandydatów do wojskowych?
Akurat nie, natomiast się przyznaję, że kiedyś korzystałam z archiwum i biblioteki nawet Akademii Obrony Narodowej w Warszawie. Byłam osobiście, czytałam pracę w zakresie przywództwa, stąd też jakąś taką drobną styczność miałam, natomiast jeśli chodzi o praktykę rekrutacyjną, to niekoniecznie.
Ostatnio mnie dotknął temat żołnierzy, są już kilka lat po studiach absolwentami i ponieważ byli oni listopadami, to mają jeszcze skłonność trochę prawdy powiedzieć, jakie w tym wojsku jest wpływu wykładowcy. W związku z tym zastanawiam się, czy na ten temat też jakichś badań nie zorganizować, ale też to są dosyć interdyscyplinarne rzeczy i są techniczne, i organizacyjne, i psychologiczne. Bardzo wiele różnych elementów jest i zastanawiam się, jak to ugryźć w ogóle ten problem, ponieważ siły zbrojne, podobnie jak gospodarka, podlegają przeobrażeniom. A ludzie jakoś nie chcą przeobrażać.
No i właśnie to jest jedno z wyzwań, bym powiedziała, bo jednak ta otwartość na zmiany w tym momencie jest jedną chociażby z głównych zmiennych osobowych, takich, które sprzyjają tworzeniu w tym moim temacie zrównoważonych organizacji sprawnie funkcjonujących. Otwartość na zmiany jest punktem kluczowym, jeśli chodzi o przywództwo, czy to zespołowe, grupowe, czy też osobiste, prawda? Bo każdy z nas też jest dla siebie pewnego rodzaju, tworzy przywództwo swoją osobą.
A przedmioty badania jakiego typu organizacje są w Pani grancie?
Te do tej pory, które prowadziłam, panie doktorze, to były, tak jak wspomniałam, organizacje, czyli dyrygenci ogólnopolscy, najlepsi tak naprawdę, którzy posiadały swoje zespoły. Druga grupa to byli właściciele przedsiębiorstw. Osoby, które pracują w przedsiębiorstwach, zarządzają zasobami ludzkimi, mają kontakt po prostu z człowiekiem. No i teraz właśnie w tym projekcie to będzie grupa, która ze względu na organizację, która przyszła z wyzwaniem, to jest organizacja finansowa, bank, chcę tutaj, abyśmy przygotowali rozwiązanie narzędzia diagnostycznego, które będzie wyłapywało najbardziej efektywnych sprzedawców, gdyż jest to grupa właśnie, której najwyższy poziom tej fluktuacji występuje i rotacja jest bardzo, bardzo wysoka i chcą po prostu inne narzędzie, bo okazuje się, że to, co mieli do tej pory, które tradycyjnie na zasadach działają tak jak i inne popularne, okazuje się, że jest dość dziurawe i przypuszcza im osoby, które mają zarówno wyrabiają 150% normy rocznie, jak i 15% normy rocznie. I oni zobaczyli, że te narzędzia po prostu nie są skuteczne, efektywne.
No, przy takich jakby dość rozległych tych przedmiotach badań, to aż się prosi o wykrycie pewnie jakieś badania porównawcze, pani też przewiduje.
Panie doktorze, jestem na razie otwarta. Przyznaję się, że teraz ten model efektywnego przywódcy, jeśli chodzi o to narzędzie diagnostyczne, chciałabym właśnie je wprowadzić do świata biznesu. Znaczy, już je w sumie wprowadziłam, wstępne badania pokazują, że jak najbardziej ono ma już cechy i parametry narzędzia diagnostycznego, które może być do obrotu wdrożone i kontynuowanie jakby tej ścieżki teraz jakby jest moim takim głównym celem. Natomiast ta ścieżka bardziej taka biznesowa poprzez spółkę, to właśnie dotyczy kontaktu z tą organizacją finansową, bankiem, tworzeniem dla nich narzędzia. Natomiast się przyznaję, że zaraz w kolejce za bankiem się utworzyły chętni z branży ubezpieczeniowej też. I w tym samym temacie profilu.
to jest jakby ta sama grupa myślenia, ale też jeszcze ciekawą grupą, którą ja się też zetknąłem, to są właściciele szkół wyższych, którzy pozakładali szkoły wyższe. W latach 90. powstało ich kilkaset, a prywatnych szkół do tej pory przetrwało w zasadzie, ja wiem,
Nie, 15 może.
kilkanaście może. To też w różnym stanie są oczywiście. To nie jest tak, że
Oczywiście, tak.
I też się zastanawiam się, jakiego typu błędy mogli popełnić. Niektórych znam i nawet mogę powiedzieć, jakie błędy popełnili, ale w skali całej masy populacji myślę, że takie badanie też mogło być bardzo ciekawe.
Jak najbardziej, jak najbardziej. I myślę, że
I też pewnie bez właściwych talentów.
tak, bo jednak ta rola przywódczej to jest trudny kawałek chleba, powiedzmy sobie szczerze, to nie jest proste zadanie, natomiast są osoby, które faktycznie czują się jak ryba w wodzie i bez tego umierają i lubią jak się ich dopuścić do tej roli.
Przyłóż kamerę trochę jeszcze.
To jest coś takiego. Ja pamiętam, że też miałem taką karierę na stanowiskach dyrektorskich. Byłem dyrektorem dużych przedsiębiorstw przemysłowych. Spędził dyrektora może dyrektora naczelnym zakładu telewizyjnego, profesjonalnego, znaczy takich odkrągów i podsłuchów tych ochrony telewizyjnej, dyrektorem RMIS-u, dyrektorem Milanówku medycznych, przemysłu medycznym, dyrektorem Departamentu Handlu. No i po tym wszystkim też potrzebowałem się jakoś, wie pani, dowartościować i poszedłem do uczelni, bo myślę sobie, wreszcie ktoś będzie mnie słuchał.
No to jest też kompetencja, ale też dar dzielenia się wiedzą bardzo ważny, panie doktorze. To tutaj ja bym powiedziała głębsze też więcej tych takich powodów szlachetnych. Bo jednak dzielenie się doświadczeniem przy okazji, prawda?
Ale to potwierdza pani tezę, że jeśli ktoś raz był królem, to zawsze zostawiał, że zachowa majestat.
Tak jest.
Tutaj, a propos tych cech przywódczych, że jeśli ktoś raz przewodził i miał sukcesy, to zanim pójdą inni, bo też chcą też tych sukcesów jakoś tak, żeby dla nich trochę spłynęło. Wierzą w to, że im się uda.
Tak jest.
Także jak pani się już udało, to już za panią najgorszy teraz.
No przyznaję się, że na razie inspiruje osoby, które też chciałyby dalej się rozwijać w kierunku właśnie, czy na przykład doktoratu. I przyznaję się, że kilka osób już jest na finalnej części, niektóre już bardzo szybciutko, tylko na tym się skupiły i też już niedawno sfinalizowały, pomimo właśnie tej trudnej sytuacji, bo akurat w lutym, kiedy już te elementy pandemii, prawda, nas dotykały, także zauważyłam, że mam taki dar prorozwojowy w kontakcie z drugim człowiekiem albo organizacją, że inspiruję do działania. Taki mam wewnętrzny też dar. To jest moje takie wewnętrzne odkrycie. I bardzo za to dziękuję, jak to się mówi, opatrzności. No i rodzicom, że chciało im się kiedyś mnie zaprowadzić do szkoły muzycznej, bo jednak ta pasja muzyczna mi też bardzo pomaga.
To prawda, to znaczy, że te cechy, które pani posiada, to wykorzystuje pani dwie półkule.
Tak.
To jest taka teoria o tej teorii pracy mózgu, że jedna półkula i druga półkula, czyli jak sądzę, ma pani zdolność do tworzenia wizualizacji wyobrażeń, których nikt jeszcze nigdy nie widział i nie słyszał.
Przyznaję się, że to są jeden taki mocny też walor tego rozwoju, tej pasji i zauważyłam, że to naprawdę działa, stąd też mocno też inspiruje i rekomenduję wszystkim osobom, które chciałyby zwiększyć swoją taką intelektualną produktywność do tego, żeby grać na instrumencie obojętnie jakim, niekoniecznie fortepian, prawda? Natomiast też praca zespołowa w orkiestrze wiele uczy. Pan doktor pytał, jak to u mnie się zaczęło. Ja po prostu od dziecka faktycznie uczestniczyłam też jak w chórze śpiewałam, jako sopran w zespołach muzycznych z orkiestrą przy współpracy. Stąd też obserwowałam pracę dyrygenta już od dziecka i widziałam, jak to się dzieje, że orkiestra z jednym dyrygentem chce współpracować, a z innym niekoniecznie. I ten element już od dziecka mnie jakoś tam interesował, stąd też poszłam później na studia psychologiczne i zajmowałam się tam między innymi w pracy rozwojem muzycznym też między innymi, żeby zrozumieć, jak te fazy wszystkie są poukładane w człowieku, jak te talenty się rozwijają i maksymalizacja ludzkiego potencjału potem stała się moim obszarem jednym zainteresowań i kapitał ludzki w organizacji.
Istotna ten wybór psychologii, żeby zrozumieć więcej i głębiej.
Tak. A potem studia podyplomowe na SGH w zakresie zarządzania właśnie przedsiębiorstwem, rozwojem przedsiębiorstw w otoczeniu europejskim. Taki kierunek się przyznaję skończyłam i też mnie zainspirował do tego, żeby się na SGH dalej rozwijać.
Ja zarządzanie skończyłem na Uniwersytecie Warszawskim na Szturmowej, na Wydziale Organizacji Zarządzania. Natomiast się skończyłem tylko dlatego, że ja zrobiłem doktorat z automatyki, zrobiłem doktorat za granicą w Bułgarii. I to w okresie wtedy, kiedy w Polsce bardzo nie lubili tych, którzy chcą się uczyć. Wyjechałem jeszcze w okolicach stanu wojennego. Byłem jedynym pasażerem w pociągu, który jechał do Sofii. Jedynym pasażerem. Bo wcześniej dostałem zgodę z tego samego bloku, więc jakoś nie wypadało odmówić. Więc zrobiłem tam doktorat, 5 lat tam byłem. I jak wróciłem, to nie wydano mi, znaczy polska ambasada przejęła dyplom mój od Bułgarów i trzymali go 8 lat. Nie dali mi go. No i ja myślę sobie, na pewno tam coś się pomyliło, coś nie tak, pewnie nie ma tego. No to właśnie na Szturmowej zrobiłem jeszcze jeden doktorat zarządzania. Jak mi wydali tam ten bułgarski, to w zasadzie czuję się równouprawniony do zarządzania, jak i w automatyce. Nie wykorzystuję to jako zdolności behawioralne, ale uczenia się automatów, czyli publikuję różne prace z tego zakresu, głównie wykorzystując można to zobaczyć w Google składa przeglądarce albo polskiej bibliografii naukowej, jak się czyta nazwisko, to przy jakiejś okazji pani zobaczyć, czym przez ostatnie lata się zajmował. Łączę jedno w ogóle.
Mazurek, Miszczak, Tokarska, nie wiem.
Teraz coś zaczął się chyba system zacinać, nie wiem, ale tak albo z internetem coś się stało, bo nie słychać panią doktora.
Powiedziała, że system zaczął się zaczynać.
Co?
Tutaj powiedziała, że system zaczął się zaczynać. A, ale tam internetu nie ma.
To się zawiesiło?
Tutaj jest tak, Lipski. Dobra, siadaj. Co on zrobić? No, puścił internet.
Ja puszczał mi działa.
Co?
Tutaj cały pokój działa, ja ją widzę.
Tak, bo to u Lipskiego nie działa internet.
Aha.
Co mam powiedzieć?
Może powiedz.
To gdzie jest Mirek?
Chodź, jak wywaliło kolegę.
O, pana doktora Lipskiego.
Chodź, z tej sala, że u nas działa.
u pana doktora Lipskiego musi być problem z połączeniem internetowym. Czekamy na jego ponowienie. W tym czasie powiem, że osoby, które są zalogowane na Webexie oraz nic nie mówią o wyciszanie się, aby ekran mógł przekierować na osobę, która w tym momencie przemawia. Dziękuję.
Ktoś ma włączony mikrofon z uczestników. Prosimy o wyłączenie. Jakby ktoś ci uciekł tym ekranem, to można dać gdzie ten szest. Można dać tutaj, kreskę i sobie wybrać, który uczestnik jest przeglądczy.
A, dobra. Spoko, czyli powiedzmy biorę Ewelin, admin, czyli my.
I wtedy się nie zmieni.
I teraz znowu jest na dobieranie
Tak.
osoby.
A ta moja filmka też się może tego czy nie, bo nie jestem pewien. Można, dobra, więc jak będzie, wiesz, mówić z zagranicy, to ważne, żeby nas przykleić gdzieś, bo musi być widoczna musi być widoczny tłumacz po prostu, ten migowy. Teraz nie powinno być nic słychać.
Tak? Wcale nie. Czyli, że wykład ogólnie...
Będzie jeden wykład po angielsku.
A na której?
A skąd ja mam wiedzieć?
Dobrze. Wykład będzie po angielsku, osoby, które chcą po polsku, niech pobiorą słuchawki.
Słuchać po polsku, niech sobie skorzysta ze słuchawek i odbiornika, który jest przy drzwiach.
Dobrze. Jeden z wykładów w harmonogramie będzie w języku angielskim. Jeśli ktoś sobie życzy słuchać po polsku, proszony jest o pobranie słuchawek zaraz przy drzwiach. Dziękuję.
Raz, raz. Raz, 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 raz.
Teraz słychać dobrze.
Raz. Żeby tradycji akademickiej stało się zadość,
We follow academic traditions, so we've got a 15-minute delay. And we can get it started. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm thrilled to meet you at our University College of Enterprise and Administration in Lublin and open the international conference on today's management trends. The Chancellor of the University should deliver a short address at the beginning of the conference. I am an ICT specialist, so what can I say about management? I developed my path of career back in high school. I graduated from mathematical and physical specialization. I graduated from university and started working as ICT guy. I landed in a team that was creating software of ORP type, namely management. In the course of my university studies, I thought that programmer's work was of a special kind. Whatever I am given to do, I can do it, be it a space shaft or bag of potatoes. Instead of getting a computer and a desk on my first day of work and start coding, my boss, my employer, sent me for a trip over the company. I was supposed to see the departments for which I would be producing software. I was supposed to become familiar with them. It was not one day. It was 2.5 weeks traveling from one section to another and becoming familiar with the work of the people employed herein. Back then, I could not comprehend it. I was paid money. I was not sitting in front of my computer. I was looking people working. A bit later, in the next company, yes, ICT guys swap jobs quite often. You finish one project and you've got a similar one or similar nature projects in some other company. I was the project manager rather than any employee, just a member of the team. This situation made me understand what that was all about. So this ERP system was supposed to help the company and the people working in, rather than impede their work. Without data flow, processes, and where's the department work, I was unable to write software to help. Some hard copy solutions that have proven okay when transferred to digital world are failures. Therefore, a chat and interaction with people is of utmost importance. The end product should meet the ordering parties' requirements, and this requires meetings, chats, discussions that are a springboard to new ideas. And I hope this conference will be similar, because it will serve the purpose of experience exchange. It will be inspiration for further scientific work and the springboard for further research. Thank you very much. We have our guest speaking, Jonathan Nagengast, and our guest of honor will deliver the inaugural lecture. Professor, you have been requested to take the floor. It is time to deliver the lecture. I'm not the lecturer, I'm a moderator. My name is Marcin Nowak. I'll say more about me in the later part of the conference. Now the floor goes to the speaker, Professor Johann Nagengast. The floor is yours.
Hello and a nice good morning to all participants. First of all, I have to excuse myself. My Polish is not existing and very bad, so I was told to give us a little bit of a speech to introduce you to the topic in English. It's a great pleasure for me to be able, and an honor as well, to make this key speech here in this international conference on contemporary trends in management. And thank you very much for the invitation. And also thank you very much to all my colleagues in Lublin who have organized this in such a great way. Just to get to know you, I'm a professor in Germany, and my topic is project management and international management. So my job here is to warm you up and to give you some ideas that may lead you into this topic. Nothing else and nothing more, just a little bit warming up of your brains. A brave new world, a brave new experience contemporary trends in management. Just a few stories. Story number one. I work for a big German bank. I have prepared a 2-day seminar. I invested a lot of time, and one day before the seminar starts, the company calls me, Johann, it's COVID-19, we have to cancel the seminar. Unfortunately, you cannot get paid for all the investments. Can you please look for a new date in June or July 2021? And that's a trend in Germany that happens very often. Cancellations on a very short notice. Story number two. In Germany, a lot of companies reduce their workforce. And it's a big this is a trend, of course, from the big international companies like Daimler, Continental, and so on, to small, medium-sized companies. Everybody is reducing their workforce. That's a trend. And now, is it a necessary restructuring of the businesses, or is it just an easy way to reduce costs for managers to get higher bonuses? Whatever, we don't know, but it's just a trend. Story number three. If any employee in Germany has asked his supervisor in December last year about the opportunity to stay home for 3 or 4 days a week and to work from at home, the overall answer from the supervisors will have been, are you crazy? In order to perform your work, you have to go to our office and work there. That was December 2019. Now, less than 10 months later, a lot of our working population stays at home, and home officing is the new trend, and everybody is so convinced that home officing has a big future. Story number three. Story number four. I'm in project management. A trend in project management is everything has to become agile. Everything has to become project management. Another trend in project management is artificial intelligence. So people ask me, Johan, are you not afraid of being a trainer and a teacher in project management? In 5 to 10 years, artificial intelligence will make you redundant and nobody needs you as a trainer and teacher in project management anymore. Everything will be done by machines. Is this a trend as well? I don't know. My job here is to give you some ideas for the day and not to give you answers. So these were some stories to introduce you to the topic contemporary trends in management. It's laying people off, it's home officing, it's artificial intelligence, it's a very random and short notice management, and certainly there will be numerous more trends in management that all of you will identify and discuss during this session and this great conference today. So, this was just a small job. I started with the 3 words, brave new world. Brave new world. Actually, I want to refer, that's the topic of a novel of Aldous Huxley, a famous science fiction author. And let me just use 2 quotations of Aldous Huxley to finish my little introduction. So I have to read it out. Quotation number 1. Technological progress has merely provided us with more efficient means of going backwards. I'll repeat. Technological progress has merely provided us with more efficient means of going backwards. My sincere hope is that as we are here together, we can play a tiny little role in not making this happen, contributing as teachers or in whatever roles we are, that the technological progress that we are facing is something for positive and not for negative. That was quotation number 1. Well, quotation number 2, to travel is to discover that everyone is wrong about all other countries. To travel is to discover that everyone is wrong about all other countries. And that also contributes to trends in management. We are having a virtual or hybrid conference. We are not traveling to Lublin. Certainly, the conference would be a different one if there would have been no pandemic and we would all have met in Lublin. So traveling is limited. And as this quotation says, traveling tells us something. Sometimes it's time consuming, sometimes it's costly, sometimes flight and whatever delays are annoying. But we should never forget that traveling makes us think and makes us overcome our stereotypes. And that's also a very personal wish in the contemporary trends in management, that we still keep on traveling so that stereotypes or nationalistic tendencies in whatever countries of the world may be overcome, and that we are still going to understand the different cultures, the different countries in a far better way. And that's just a few words from my side. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share some ideas. Maybe some or 2 ideas have been interesting for you, and I wish the conference really a good day, and I'm sure it will be organized in a great way, and I hope to see all of you somewhere in Poland or wherever. Thank you very much, and a good conference.
Thank you very much, Mr. Professor, for a very interesting presentation. I hope you will stay with us, and I believe the rest of our presentation will be as good as this one. Thank you. Szanowni Państwo, tak jak rzekłem, mam zaszczyt być moderatorem.
Ladies and gentlemen, as I said earlier, I will be moderating our today's meeting on modern trends in management. Before the floor goes to Professor Arthur Paździor, who will chair the first segment of our meeting, I would like to let you know that the honorary patrons of our today's conference are 3 local self-government representatives, the governor of Lubelskie, the marshal of Lubelskie, and the mayor of the city of Lublin. And this conference is about something that is close to us all. I believe this is development and part of Industrial Revolution 4.0 that brings new challenges. Times change, and we change too, and we need to adapt to the existing trends. And as Professor Nagengas said, artificial intelligence is playing a more and more important role, but still, this is people who create this reality, and we are the drivers of trends, including in management. Let me take the liberty of also giving you a technical comment before we move on to a more subject matter stuff. So I believe there will be questions somewhere in the intervening periods between the lectures. So if you want to ask a question, I mean, people in the room, just raise your hand after the lecture. And those of you who are online, just write your questions down, make a list, and we will just single out some of you every now and again to ask a question. So stay alert. Professor Paździor now will take the floor and will chair segment 1 of today's conference. I will be coming back to you later on. Professor, over to you. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, both on-site and off-site, I feel comfortable because I'm here with you, but at the same time I feel a bit uncomfortable because I'm chairing a hybrid meeting, which is quite novelty to us all. I hope it will go smoothly. The organizers requested me to chair this first segment, where we will be discussing the economic, financial segment or aspect of organizational management. This seems to be a very focused problem, but if we look at the speakers in this segment, we have very diverse disciplines. We have financial, human resources aspects, we have heuristics, we have projects, and even the world of Islam. So this session looks really interesting. I hope we will manage to go through it very productively. We have about 2 hours for this first segment, so I have a request to all speakers. Please keep the track of time, watch your time. In other words, we have a 10 to 15 minute slot for each speaker, and then followed by about 5 to 10 minutes discussion. Because there's no point in just delivering papers or speeches without a little discussion, a little exchange afterwards. We are here to talk in the first place and learn from each other. So let me ask speaker number 1, Mrs. Anna Mazurek-Kusiak, Dr. Mazurek-Kusiak of the University of Life Sciences in Lublin. She will speak about employee satisfaction and motivation as a key component in human resources management in modern enterprise.
Bo mam na pendrive, jakby coś nie chciało iść. Dobrze, ja chciałam Państwu przedstawić.
I will talk about employee satisfaction and motivation as a very important component in human resources management in a company, because human resources, I think we will all agree, are essential in every enterprise management. All right, we need some time to learn how to operate the PowerPoint. Just a minute. All right, so we're online and ready to go. I have explored 2 areas. I mean, what factors affect employee motivation and what satisfies them at work. Enterprise management is rested on 3 components. Number 1 is the assets, so all the capital, property. We have the financial aspect and we have the human aspect. And these 3 give you a competitive edge as an enterprise. So what I have explored is one of these bullets. This is human capital as the most important, say, soft element of enterprise management. So unlike capital, an employee is unique, so our competition is not able to copy this person. The competition are not able to imitate, because this person has its unique, his or her unique features of character, unique qualities. Even if we have employees with similar track record, with similar qualification, even at a similar age, they will do their work a bit differently. It sometimes depends on the day of the week, time of the day, they will work differently. In other words, it's not possible to imitate an employee or just copy an employee. There are also some external factors like stress that also affect their behavior at work. It's not easy to measure efficiency of a person. We can measure the efficiency of a machine, but it's different with people. We have to always say it's about when we measure efficiency. We will never get perfect figures or perfect measurements. So that's another point. And the last point, an employee is a person is difficult to record because they behave differently depending on the day or the team or the project they're involved in. So taking a different angle now, nations or states beginning somewhere in the 13th century it was land that determined the wealth, the richness, affluence of a nation. And land determined the medieval GDP, if we can put it like this. Beginning in the 19th century, this wealth was capital. So monopolies, factories, industry, they created wealth. At the end of the 20th century, this is information. We have a lot of information, we have too much information, and the major challenge is to select what is the most valuable, necessary, and those who are the most powerful or wealthy are those who have access to information which is true, which is real, which is the most relevant. And people are those who process information. My research was staged into two parts. Stage one was an interview with 450 employees of companies in East Poland. My research started in 2015. It was an interview or a survey where I asked employees what motivates or satisfies them. Based on their answers, I produced a questionnaire In that questionnaire, I formulated a set of questions, problems focusing on motivational or satisfaction aspects. I collected responses from more than 1,300 employees, both blue and white-collar workers. Based on the answers, I designed a model to show which aspects, which factors affect motivation and satisfaction at work. For my statistical analysis, I used logistical regression model with a number of variables, dichotomical variables. Then I created a formula to calculate it. In the meantime, I divided this research into white and blue-collar workers. So I included 9 factors as part of the satisfaction model. This is stability of work, the salary, relationships with superiors, clear scope of responsibility, cooperation with associates, equipment available at the workplace, promotion, prospects, self-development, training, and kind of autonomy of action. Now looking at blue-collar workers, okay, I'm sorry, we have a little problem with shifting slides. Can I have another slide, please? So, yeah, going back to white-collar workers, we have 4 parts of the model of motivation. I'm sorry, this is a wrong slide. Can we go back maybe 2 or 3 slides back, please? So going back to white-collar workers' satisfaction, 4 areas are relevant here: stability of work, the salary, relationship with superiors, and autonomy of action. So this is what we have covered already. Well, the mathematical formula is missing from my slide. I'm sorry. But the level of satisfaction of white-collar workers is based on stability of work, salary, relationship with superiors, and options of training and development. With blue-collar workers, only stability of work and the size of salary are the 2 areas that determine the satisfaction of blue-collar workers. So we can see with blue-collar workers there is more focus on stability rather than the level of salary. So what motivates employees to work effectively? So what can drive them to work? I looked at 8 variables. So these variables were different awards, bonuses, different company events. I'm sorry, we still have some issues with the slides. Not all components of the slide get loaded, and there is some content missing. We will try to handle this. Wait a minute, please. So these are the risk factors I mentioned earlier. I hope we will be able to contain this little problem. So, as far as we have heard, employee issues are so important, so challenging that even our computers can't process it, saying jokingly. Okay, so can I perhaps myself try to help this?
Która myszka?
A nie, to odpiąłem, czyli touchpad. Pendrive'a i tylko touchpad jest teraz.
Ojej. Nie, niech pan włączy to, co pan miał na laptopie już.
Dobra, czyli to właśnie. Tak.
To zróbmy może tylko w ten sposób, będzie lepiej to widoczne. A to się da ukryć?
Znaczy możemy dać pełen ekran już prezentacji.
No bo jak pan daje pełen ekran, to się pół rzeczy nie wyświetla.
Nie działają,
no
tak.
właśnie, to ja wolę bez pełnego ekranu,
Dobra.
bo tu mi pół rzeczy nie widać wtedy. O tak, no to państwo też troszeczkę przynajmniej będą widzieć. Czy tutaj powiedziałam, co do satysfakcji, właśnie wyjazdy motywacyjne, efektywność czasu.
So again, speaking of motivation, we have 8 variables, such as bonuses, rewards, company car, company events, or even public praise, or some scoring system in place in the company. White-collar workers are motivated by financial bonuses, bonuses in kind, company events, and flexible work time or flexi time. While blue-collar workers are motivated by bonuses, bonuses in kind, company events, a company car, public praise, and also employee scoring or employee appraisal programs. So basically, blue-collar workers don't like to be assessed in public. This is also due to some envy of colleagues, of associates, especially if there is public praise. Now, going back to conclusions, human resources are the most essential part of every enterprise. They are impossible to copy by competition. They are impossible to imitate. Of course, they can headhunt your employee. That's another story. Another conclusion, job satisfaction among white and blue-collar workers is, of course, the size of the salary in the first place, and stability of work. And also, white-collar workers don't like conflicts at work. They want their work to go relatively smooth. And next conclusion, among some motivating factors, there are bonuses or rewards, both financial and in kind. Blue-collar workers, they also expect access to fringe benefits like company car. And the last thing, public praise or public assessment is not very well received by employees. People don't like to be either scolded or praised publicly because they are afraid of the reaction of the work environment of the colleagues. Thank you, Doctor, for your talk. Thank you for keeping the time despite some technical issues. Before the floor goes to another person, I have a question to you, Professor. Have you done similar research among the employees of the academia, in university personnel? Well, I only studied companies, enterprises, not schools or universities. So maybe it's a nice idea to follow up and study university personnel. So we have moved to questions. I'm looking at our participants here on site. Is there anyone who would like to ask a question? How about online? Any hands raised? Yeah, we have one person. Okay, I think this is Professor Kozłowski. Who is online? Okay, go ahead, Mr. Kozłowski. Okay, we have lost Professor Kozłowski for a moment. Is there anyone else online who would like to ask a question? All right, here he is. Hello, Waldemar Kozłowski, Warmia and Mazur University. I have a question concerning motivational factors. Did you study a factor called self-actualization? Because among those factors or variables, I saw you used, or you were guided by Maslow's theory model, but I didn't see this top factor, which is self-actualization or self-satisfaction. with the work they had at the time of your study. In other words, were they satisfied with the work and self-fulfilled?
Prosimy tylko do mikrofonu, pani profesor, jednak i taka prośba, szanowni państwo, akurat nie ma...
Well, please use a microphone when asking a question or making a comment.
Natomiast jeśli chodzi o osoby uczestniczące w konferencji online, to bardzo
And those of you who are online,
zaznaczać platformie misji.
instead of, or apart from raising your hand, also make a comment on chat so that we can fish you out. Well, I didn't study self-actualization. I studied I studied professional development and self-satisfaction as such, because in the first stage of my work, which is the interviews, and nobody paid attention to this aspect of self-actualization, so I skipped it later in the questionnaire. Thank you. So I can see no hands raised in the room, so let's move on to our next speaker. Go ahead.
Dziękuję.
Thank you very much. And we have the next speaker, Dr. Anna Soroka-Potrzebna from Szczecin University. In Szczecin, as you may think, this is an online presentation on project management heuristics. 10-12-minute presentation is required. Madam, the floor is yours. Would you please be patient? We hope to see Madam Professor on our computer screens in a moment. There is no response. Not only do we have no response, but we don't have Madam Professor on the list. So, Professor, seamlessly we should proceed with another speaker, and we'll try to sort it out. Once Madam Professor logs in, we'll get back on her. Another person that will be delivering the presentation is Dr. Jolanta Maria Gadawska. Jacob of Paradise University in Gorzów Wielkopolski is the institution represented. Madam Professor will be speaking about credible appraisal of companies in digital economy. I believe that many people will be interested in this very topic, so we'll be more than eager to listen to what you're going to present in your paper. The floor is yours, madam. Dr. Jolanta Maria Gadawska, are you with us? Are you on the other end of the line? If so, would you please let us know, notify us? She's not with us. A similar situation, Professor. If it was offline conference, we would have traffic jams to blame. We hope these people will log in and join us. So, another paper in the series of presentations. There are two of them, Dr. Agnieszka Ścianowska and Dominik Krzysztof Tama, MA, representatives of Łódź University of Technology, and we hope to see the presentation on cost balance sheet significance in company's management. 3 trials and a hit, we hope. Yes, here we are. Hello and welcome. So would you please deliver the presentation? It may be a bit longer, owing to the fact that the second and the third speaker are not with us. Me and Doctor will be discussing the problem together. We've got a PDF file presentation. I hope it will be working. I'll try to share the presentation with you. You can see there. Oh, wonderfully. The floor is yours. Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ścianowska. I'm the representative of Łódź University of Technology. Our paper has been designed to present a cost balance sheet in management of cutting-edge organizations. Let us start by saying that the paper objective was to discuss the role of cost balance sheet in companies' management, organizations' management, and the cost balance sheet role, assignment of costs to objects in most general terms. Costs are inseparable from the way the financial result of a company is shaped. Costs and income difference produce the financial result. And the other aspect related to cost contribution to company's management is the fact that if find cost reserves and improve the efficiency of the organization and organization management, and therefore you may impact your competitive advantage in the market. The thing that we touched upon in our paper was the evolution process of the cost balance sheet. So the way the costs are calculated. We started with saying that in managerial accountancy that came into being with mass production meant that more efficiency and more detailed measurement methods, cost calculations, was the objective of the latter. Now the environment is changing dynamically. The cost-related requests for information are also a subject of swift changes. The managerial accountancy role that calculates and measures costs is even more important. If we are speaking about cost systems, the cost balance sheet, that is an end-to-end set of connected elements associated with the environment. Environment provides the information and is affected by it. This is the object cost calculation, be it a product, service, activity, or client segment, area of activities, geography-wise, or demographic group-wise, which we find attractive. The cost balance sheet distribution may include different criteria. The most popular attitude in literature is the one associated with traditional systems, and there are 2 groups, fixed and variable costs, and modern systems. And there is the activity cost balance sheet with a leading role. Speaking about traditional systems, there is a basic differentiating feature, and this is a tipping point compared to cutting-edge cost balance sheets. The direct cost calculation relation to the organizational structure of an entity with positive and negative aspects. If we comprehend the whole company, we calculate costs, we assign the cost to an entity. The company is seen as the organization composed of production, administration, sales, production support like the tool workshop, boiler room, and transport section. If we assign the costs to the product, we assign them to the departments, but we want to bring them closer to the final product, allocate to production, administration, and this discretionary decision. We divide it into workmanship hours, machine work hours, and we'll try to decide what was the production time for a specific item. 1 hour cost will translate to the single unit cost. This is pretty discretionary, and modern systems try to overcome this weakness of traditional system. Traditional systems request the highlighting the calculation structure in variable and fixed cost, though both not belong to the traditional system. Variable systems, one ready-made item, if this is the most popular cost circulation, is attached to the variable cost, and the other one has got all the cost attached, the fixed and the variable ones. And there is the weakness of the fixed cost system, because fixed costs do not depend on the volume of the production. So when we make the assumptions for a specific cost of a unit at a particular level, or it reaches this level, whenever activity scale changes, the cost image is distorted. Thus, the weakness, because this is not real, not associated with reality as cost balance sheet. The new cutting-edge system, the activity cost sheet is the response. There is this the switch to activities. In combination, these are translated into conclusions and activities. If we are able to assess the value-related resources, we have activities indices like ready-made product storage. The square meter is the cost carrier for this very product. We can recalculate it and attach it to the ready-made products. Therefore, costs are more measurable. They respond to reality. The activity cost balance sheet is the representation of the modern system. What needs highlighting is the fact that this is not ultimate, because never will we reach the LTL state. There is always a void between the actual cost of an object and our calculation. At the same time, the activities cost balance sheet is the most up-to-date and is in line with the cost strategic management system. I'm afraid we've lost the speaker. And of course, this is the reference to Porter's analysis, which has tried out to single out the key activities for the company, the value chain, and cost carriers are referred to as the result of activities, most proper activities. There we have this cost analysis and strategy tie, and single item cost calculation. Not only do we shape the strategy, but end-to-end comprehensive picture. Cost account is an inherent part of every modern organization and is used in many areas. The first of the areas is to decide about the prices of products and services. Therefore, outlays for production and distributions are concerned. This is the prerequisite to other decision-making process within companies, the support for cost production and decision-making analysis, and possible changes of the decisions. The fixed and variable cost balance sheet is very important in decision-making process for cost control, referred to variable costs, because fixed costs are not, in many cases, not controlled. The cost analysis, volume, income, the relation between modification of the sales and the changes in cost and the income we work out. Short-term budgeting of costs and knowledge of costs, which makes it possible to manage cash flows against quarterly or yearly tabulations of expenses, analysis of cost centers, which makes it possible to differentiate between fixed cost blocks and gross margin. Another area is logistics. The concept that is very often applied in transport companies is the activities cost balance sheet mentioned. This concept is utilized in cost budgeting, profitability analysis, and benchmarking analysis, as well as modification on process efficiency increase. Logistic cost calculations take into account the storage house areas, transportation, human resources of the storage area, energy, machines to man the system, storage, high shelf system, and other costs. Speaking about areas, high shelves, and energy, these are negligible in automotive because the system has already been leased, equipped with high shelves, and includes energy consumption. So the cost distribution is based on clients' requirements with regards storage and equipment. These are different kinds of pallet or forklifts or any other kinds of lift set that complete the transportation sets. These are calculated per kilometer for a vehicle that is used. The product costs of transport include passenger cars and all kinds of modes of transport. Logistics supplier calculates the warehouse staff cost, calculated per capita per position, differentiating between white-collar workers and blue-collar workers. The total per capita cost, in addition to social remuneration cost, insurance and civil liability insurance, it includes personal equipment, contributions toward culture and other events. What's next? Other costs. Management costs, consumables, recertification costs, waste costs, and so on and so forth. Unexpected costs, one-off costs related to the delay of production, so unexpected situations that may occur. The technology, ICT technology related costs, software and hardware, concentrate on equipping the warehouse with all ICT technologies, digital, data exchange, telephones, internet connections, and any other ICT relations. Logistic cost calculations include the last one: bookkeeping, management, controlling management, car management. The calculations includes cooperative or corporation gains. The cost account is used for project management because there is an increased trend of project attitude in organizations. The management project accountancy is getting even more important. Efficiency assessment, cost planning of a project, income planning of a project, and supervision over executions are most susceptible to that. In innovative processes, this cost account is also used. The feasibility study for putting the product on the market is also performed whenever it is innovative. Cumulated costs and incomes related to all phases of life of a product. Speaking about product's life cycle, the cost account is there in every step of the product life cycle, even before the product is created. In pre-production phase, research and development costs are included. These are to indicate the profitability of a venture. It decides whether an entrepreneur makes a decision to put the product on the market or not. If so, the cost analysis make it possible for the entrepreneur what kind of product that is going to be. Functions, possibilities, or possible limitations related to costs are attached. They will make a decision to put it on the market or not. The production logistic costs are calculated, marketing costs and similar. So these are all costs which make it possible for a consumer to buy a product. The decline phase, all costs decided with end of production processes. This product life cycle attitude have a more comprehensive approach, long-term perspective. The product life cycle cost makes it possible to manage costs before you really cover the cost. A long-term perspective relates to the strategic management. In this case, we are speaking about a strategic management of costs. Applicability in traditional economy, forestry, fishery, agriculture, production, mining, trading, chemical engineering, non-ICT services, as well as the so-called new economy sectors associated with broadly defined information and information distribution and processing, cutting-edge ICT technologies, automation, robotics, including artificial intelligence, which will become the basis of modern economy. It supports companies in implementation of good business strategies. What is also important, when applied in the internet-based companies, makes it possible for the managers to use less intuition, but they will use specific principles. To sum it up, the cost balance sheet is there in every organization. It includes decision-making process, price fixing for commodities and services, logistics, production, and so on and so forth. The evolution concentrates on intermediate cost allocation. Compared with traditional systems, it is a breakthrough in the process. The analysis showed that the cost analysis has got a very important place in the management of every organization. Right implementation translates into improved results attained by companies. Thank you very much for your attention. We are very happy to be a part of this meeting. Thank you very much for this presentation, and I hope it will open floor for discussion. Let me add that in addition to many representatives of academia, we've got lots of practitioners who should be discussing the cost account analysis. The question that is pestering for me, I was kind of outraged and I found it hilarious in the context of the pandemics. My cooperation with business concentrated on one of Lublin-based companies. I was trying to convey the information on profitability of specific services. I was trying to convey it to the owner of the company. And I said that some of the services were not profitable from the point of view of the questions that were mentioned in the article discussed in the presentation. That was quite a problematic reaction for the company, because in the management theory, he had been taught that development of the organization is the ultimate goal. But it cannot be the development. When you have the situation with a negative gross margin, any kind of volume increase will deplete the financial result, or they will run into even deeper loss. Imagine the situation of the pandemics. I was talking to the owner, and I was quite surprised that as the result of pandemics, the sales decreased, but the financial result slightly improved. So this is the element that is not mentioned. Connection between efficiency and development. And efficiency cannot be the managerial process in a situation when we do not have the cost balance sheet in its proper form in place. That has been mentioned in the presentation. So those who enjoy hands-on experience, as well as those from the academia, are requested to join the discussion. Thank you very much. Professor gave a nice introduction into the discussion in the panel. I want to give you a motivation to discuss. Those who wish to ask a question here or in online rooms, ask a question and then switch off your microphone so that there are two microphones open between the asker and the speaker. Otherwise, we'll have feedback loop. So those who are not asking questions should have their microphones off. Otherwise, we'll have noise-related problems. Is there any of you who wishes to ask a question? If so, raise your hand. I cannot see any. Any online participant willing to speak? Any chat users that are active? Not at the moment. Professor, next presentation. So I was quite limited in my persuasion. I believe that your summary was interesting enough that we had no chance to ask questions. We'll have them in the context of the consecutive presentations. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll have a moment to sum up all the papers, and we'll be returning to specific questions, and there'll be a heated debate at the end. And now, Ms. Agnieszka Drzaska, MA, the representative of Łódź University, will be speaking companies development determinants in rural areas, the overview of the research. The floor is yours.
Bardzo dziękuję za
Thank you very much for giving me the floor, Mr. Chair. I'm about to share my presentation. Perhaps Mrs. Drzazga is a bit surprised with this sudden change of sequence. So please, everyone, all the speakers, stay alert because we have slightly modified the order of speakers. Okay. Can you hear my slides? Thank you. Great. Well, let me introduce myself. My name is Agnieszka Drzaska. I'm a PhD student at the Faculty of Management, Łódź University. Today I will talk about determinants of entrepreneurship development in rural areas in Poland against, of course, existing studies in the field. So I'll try to recognize and assess the existing studies on factors that determine entrepreneurship in rural areas. I have used a desk research method, which is an advanced research method to study rural areas in Poland, and I explored existing literature available in Scopus, Web of Science, EBSCO, and Google Scholar as far as 5 years or no more than 5 years back. I have decided to single out the most important aspects that are relevant for our today's topic. let's have a look at the existing studies on the subject based on own study by Edyta Gąsiorowska-Mącznik. In one of her recent articles, she showed her own research output focusing on Świętokrzyskie, Voivodeship, Central Poland. She studied rural entrepreneurs officially registered in the register of companies. Based on her studies, she identified the following factors that determine the level of entrepreneurship in rural areas, and this is a list of these factors that you can see on the slide. If you look at this study, you can see that responders, in the first place, are driven by what we can call inner motivation, also skills, professional qualification. If we look at external factors, there is the so-called market success of other entrepreneurs pursuing the same field of business. Also, a big number of respondents pointed to the activity of their neighbors, of other members of the community in business, which is a driver and a motivational factor. So they are very willing, very open to imitate other successful business people in their area. There's also a major contribution of local authorities to supporting, to motivating, stimulating local entrepreneurship. The respondents point to tax exemptions, different reliefs or different funds made available to them from EU funds, especially for the development of technical infrastructure. The author of this study also pointed out that these are the microeconomical determinants that affect local entrepreneurship. This should determine planning that should be relevant to the size and potential of the municipality. Based on her study, she also concludes that it is also very important to offer advisory and consultation, as well as guarantees and sureties, but these have only minor influence on business decisions of rural entrepreneurs in Świętokrzyskie. We have also another researcher who studied this problem in 2017. She studied the same problem, but from the perspective of local self-government. She did her study in Warmińsko-Mazurskie in northeast Poland. So she looked at location, technical infrastructure, attributes or qualities of inhabitants, and central and local government initiatives. So she pointed to external factors as dominating, as prevailing in business-making decisions. Another researcher, Jerzy Bański, who did his research in 2014, he studied 570 rural entrepreneurs across the country. He tried to prove that entrepreneur initiatives in rural areas are key to changing the overall picture of Polish countryside. He also showed that it's the regional or local attributes, assets, should be prioritized in the development of entrepreneurship in the countryside. Also, his studies show that a precondition for successful business in rural areas is the regulatory framework that should be conducive to stability, simplicity of legal regulations. Also, extra business institutions that exist should support would be on rural entrepreneurs in offering training, offering incentives and stimulating progress. Also, the so-called first contact spot between the entrepreneur and business should be subject to change. In other words, this is where the raw entrepreneur meets the system, encounters the system for the first time, which is usually the local authority institution. There's also a need for promotion of institutions supporting business in rural areas. And the last thing the researcher points to is increased options, possibilities for raising capital by rural entrepreneurs. This also should be improved. Another researcher, Marek Kłodziński, in his work looked at the operation of the Polish Agency of Entrepreneurship and Development and some other institutions and organizations focused on rural development. The author points to the fact that a low level of education of many rural entrepreneurs is to blame for their passive approach to business making, and that areas that are tourist-oriented or attractive for tourism prevail in terms of setting up small and medium businesses. Also, he looked at depopulation processes in rural areas as detrimental to growing business. Moreover, he pointed to the need to develop local infrastructure of institutions, of framework for institutions supporting local businesses. Sometimes activity of such institutions are not very well adapted to the needs, to the actual needs of rural entrepreneurs. Because existing central programs are mostly focused on urban or municipal business, not on rural business, so they don't simply fit rural conditions. The researcher also pointed to personal attributes and some issues in activating, in motivating people in the countryside in general. And the last set of research I wanted to share with you by Walczak and Żołądkiewicz of 2015. They paid attention to the positive influence of female participation in rural local self-governments, in local consular governance, on the level of entrepreneurship in specific municipalities. They also pointed to a very important variable that affects entrepreneurship in the countryside, which is the number of children that frequent educational institutions, especially preschool institutions, that is establishments for children aged 3 to 5. In other words, whether it was possible for rural entrepreneurs to leave their child in an institution in order to do business. Also, they pointed out that in those areas where large farms operate, the neighborhood, the community are more willing to also pursue business. To conclude, the development of entrepreneurship in the rural areas in Poland depends to a large extent on the on the interaction of certain variables, such as the activity of local authorities, investment attractiveness of the area, and kind of pro-business approach of the local people. Another thing is that knowledge and information are the two factors responsible for the development or promotion of business conduct or business attitudes in rural areas. Another thing is because the policy of support for companies and individuals wanting to start a business is quite universal and is not adapted to rural areas specifically. There are simply certain solutions proposed in such instruments are not adequate or don't fit to the actual needs and interests of people and companies operating in the field. Thank you very much for giving me the time to share my work. Thank you very much for covering the determinants of growing business in the countryside. So I will now open the floor, open the mic to everyone. So anybody who wants to ask a question, make a comment on and off-site, go ahead. Yes, we have one. We have one speaker. Please take the microphone. And Mrs. Drzazga, our speaker, please stay alert. Grzegorz Wójcichowski. I wanted to ask whether your studies covered registered businesses or the business run off the books. It's usually the business run by individuals or farms run by individuals who don't get registered officially. Because there are many smaller farms or homesteads that provide services that are not registered. Well, actually, this study and the studies I showed only provide figures on registered activity. So this is based on the REGON system of business registry in Poland and of the National Insurance Institution. So this covers only officially registered companies. Any more questions in the room or online? Yes, we have one question in the room.
Dziękuję. Tomasz Pasierbowicz, UNCES.
My question is whether you have seen any trends in these determinants changing, because it seems to be that, as you pointed out, knowledge and information are the most essential to make a decision to start a business, to grow your business. Knowledge is mostly or is most easily associated with experience. Now we are facing a digital revolution, universal access to the internet. This knowledge can be sourced from the internet, from the social media, from different content available online. It wasn't the case before. Rural entrepreneurs had nowhere to learn that easily about the business. So can you see any trends in changing of this approach, of this attitude? Well, I may respond not based on this research I covered in my talk, but I know from my observations, I can see a major change between the past and present. I mean, how the rural communities lived and how they worked in their past without access to technological novelties. But now I can see the countryside, at least where I live. The communities are very well connected with easy access to technological media. They have hardware and software available and used. So, and this is a growing trend based on my experience, my observation, but I haven't studied it very thoroughly, although this is a very interesting subject to cover in the future. Who knows, perhaps I will have a look at this in the future. So thank you for framing this problem for us. Thank you. Thank you very much, because we have some more questions. So this topic seems to be very interesting to some. Pavel Prokop, I wanted to ask about local authorities, the activity of local authorities. I can see you have covered this area extensively. In the past, there was a prevailing opinion that local self-governments should intervene as little as possible. It has changed over time. So now this is mainly the question of improvements in the infrastructure, tax reliefs or tax exemptions, and the soft component, which is a greater participation or activity of local people. So, for example, in one of the studies you showed, we saw that the more women get involved in local councils, the better, or the more room in preschool institutions, the better. So how do you assess the activity of local authorities as a factor driving entrepreneurship in rural areas? And my next question, the new European perspective 21-27 will be dominated by the so-called supra-local strategies. So a more bird's eye view, a more universal approach, bringing together different actors. Do you think this change, this new approach of expending money in the new European perspective will be conducive to growing rural entrepreneurship? Thank you for your presentation. Congratulations on this presentations. Thank you for your questions. Question number one. Based on some of my previous experience, where I analyzed different studies on rural entrepreneurship, as far as I can see, the activities of local governments not necessarily do what they promise to in a way that the local communities expect. And we can see this in different areas. We can see some issues regarding the local infrastructure. Which happens to be not very well developed in some parts of the country. And for example, poor infrastructure doesn't help the growth of business, and local self-governments, for different reasons, they fail to develop the local infrastructure. In other words, don't attract or don't stimulate local business. On top of that, local self-governments should also get more and more involved in promoting local business. I mentioned that first contact spot where a rural entrepreneur can receive support, can receive advice from local self-government units, whether this is the local municipal office or some farm consultancy or agricultural consultancy center. This should be more focused on the real needs of local and rural communities, and access to such assistance should be made more easy. And still there are many regulations, including at the local level, which are still very unclear to the rural community. I believe that every municipality knows its area the best, so it's not the most desirable idea to implement centrally planned programs or funding schemes. Okay. I'm sorry, I need to cut in because we are pressed for time. I'm very happy with this discussion, and this is also my role to watch the time. So please, as we agreed earlier, if you need to answer, make it brief, make it quick. So thank you for this contribution. I think we can move on to our next speaker. So if there are still some issues that need to be answered, need to be addressed, we can continue during a coffee break. Thank you, University of Łódź. We can see Dr. Jolanta Gadawska is here with us online, but we would like to return to the original sequence. So I would like to ask Justyna Salamon of Jagiellonian University in Krakow, who will talk about the management and finance in the world of Islam, the significance of haram and halal.
I'm trying to share my presentation. Can you see that? There is a serious voice problem, so all the listeners are kindly requested to switch off their microphones. This might be the problem for interference. If you could start on your... Hello and welcome. Welcome. Can you hear me now? Hello? Still, we are facing technical problems. Would you please try again? We'll be all ears waiting for your presentation on this hugely interesting topic. We all hope to hear the presentation because it's really intriguing. Hello and welcome. Can you hear me now? Hello? Yes, excellent. Carry on. Can you see my presentation on the screen?
Zarządzanie.
Would you please check your internet connection? The presentation pops on the screen and disappears, but we cannot see or hear. Oh, here is the slide and consecutive slides displayed on the left-hand side. Your voice is not perfect, I'm sorry to say, your voice quality, so if possible, let us have the next speaker, and I'll try to sort the problem out. If I understand you well, you suggest us change the order. Let's do so. Professor, would you please call another person? There is the way to ameliorate the situation. Ms. Krawska, the representative of Jakubów Paradyż in Gorów Wielkopolski University, Digital Economy Companies Credible Appraisal. Hello and welcome. I present problems. I present my paper on the problems of appraisal of digital economy companies. I'm sharing my presentation. Can you see my presentation? Yes, we can. Yes, we can see it all. Excellent. I'm going to share a number of problems with you and the ways to solve the problems. Let me start by sharing the screen this way from the very beginning. The main problem is something you know about. The assets appraisal method for company does not include intellectual capital. The intellectual capital gains even greater importance today, and the appraisal of this capital should be taken into consideration in the assets appraisal. Discount cash flow or index-based appraisals take such situations into consideration. The future gains, like the CFE, the gains and capital costs may consider different capital-related aspects, intellectual capital-related assets, and additional gains in the case of hard assets. There is the need to decide about the model and price it. These deprives the methods of credibility. Not only credibility are they deprived of, but disqualifies these methods, assets-based methods. Another problem, this balance sheet is kind of narrowed. It does not include all legal and non-hard assets, especially those that we have not bought. Those that have been acquired have been taken into consideration into the asset sides of the balance sheet. But the ones that have been created internally are not included. So the balance sheet should be expanded because the situation changes. Big data use, the data that is streamlined, makes it possible to be utilized in all kinds of analysis. And this kind of data use is well ahead of the analysis based on historical data that are obsolete in many cases because that's too distant a past. This balance sheet should be expanded by voluntary investments and other non-tangible assets of importance. For example, digital economy related, new technologies developed in-house, or social activity of a particular business unit or a set of business units or a cluster of units. The company's value should be thus corrected to include social activities. The negative results should be included in higher own capital costs. Let me draw your attention to one more fact. There is underassessment of capital costs, especially in companies outside the state treasury ownership. Having analyzed and appraised different units, I've discovered that own capital costs are often underestimated or underassessed. So, the proposals for solutions. First and foremost, to show this proprietary model for assessment of intellectual capital, balance sheet expansion, inclusion of social effects for a company, for a given company, assessment of own capital costs, and the use of this model for specific companies. So this is the reverberation what I have already said. Non-tangible assets, namely intellectual capital, is composed of people, capabilities, all kinds of client and cooperating partners relations, and on top of that there is a plethora of programs and processes and softwares, data repositories. All in all, this can be referred to as big data. Today we are facing a problem, despite the fact that we have more and more of these included in the balance sheet, and we have expanded the balance sheet scope. What is still missing is the comprehensive end-to-end concept on balance sheet expansion. Human capital, knowledge, capabilities of employees and managers, structural capital, so the company's organizational capabilities, production process streamlining, in-house streamlining of knowledge and competences, and relations, the very important factor in international economic exchange. My model proposes to set the intellectual capital value based on income margin related to the maximum number of periods. Human capital would comprise the number of employees, the equipment in assets, profitability, average net income growth, And as you can see, these are the indices multiplied. Return on trading, distributions, including website, and the average net income growth should be taken into consideration in the model. This sales profitability or return on sales is the basis. The organization's capital can be calculated from ROEs, the number of managers, designers, and those who manage the assets, and ROS is the basis for this calculation. The sum of these assets, human capital, relational assets, organizational assets, represent intellectual capital, and the value of the company based on capital one is the sum of all these capitals mentioned. I proposed the model and I tried to use it in live exercise on PKN, Orlen, and Lotos. I selected the values which are important for the capital, for the intellectual capital, to be measured in the two aforementioned companies. This is taken from financial reports for 2018. When I was preparing the paper, this data, this comprehensive data was available, coupled with financial statement. Now we can perform the calculations taking the 2019 data. Here you can see the tabulation, which presents human capital. As you can see, in thousands of Polish zlotys, 6 million plus. In the case of Lotos Group, over 1 million. Relations capital, in the case of Orlen, more than 13, almost 14 million. In the case of Lotos, almost 1.5 million. Organizational capital, in the case of PKN Orlen, more than 12 million, 1.5 million in the case of Lotos. The sum of the capitals produces intellectual capital value for 2018. 32,631,000 for PKN Orlen for the given period. I do apologize, I made a mistake. It's 1,000. So you need to add 3 zeros at the end. Intellectual capital over 32 billion, 631,616,000. This is 4 billion here in Lotos. All in all, human capital contribution is at the level of 20% in this intellectual capital. Relational capital accounts for about 40%, 40% plus in some cases when this model is used. Organizational capital use is some 40%. and there is intellectual capital versus own capitals ratio. And in the case of PKN Orlen, 51%, much less in case of Lotos. Intellectual capital versus the sum of capital, 50%, and in the smaller unit, more than 18%. Would you please conclude, Doctor, if possible, because we are running out of time. There is intellectual capital and balance sheet based appraisal expanded with intellectual capital comparison compared to index based and cash flow based appraisal. One can say that this appraisal is very much in line with cash flow assessment in the case of Lotos. Increased by human capital, this appraisal is higher compared to index-based and discount cash flow assessment. So it may be related to the fact that in the case of PKN Orlen, well, it's a state treasury-owned company, and there is some kind of underassessment in index-based method versus discount cash flow. I want to expand this balance sheet. In the assets section, we could have the data processing tools, involvement in local programs, and other types of intellectual capital. It indicates the possibility to introduce negative results corrections and increase the own capital. And conclusions, having considered the model of intellectual capital, we can say that intellectual capital is 25 to 50% of the balance sheet appraisal. In case of state treasury companies, there'll be some advantages under assessment, as it is the case in non-state-owned companies. One can say, in general terms, that assets assessment that is expanded to include intellectual capital makes it possible to estimate the appraisal and compare it with index-based and cash flow appraisals. The intellectual capital value might be equal to own capital of companies, namely something around 50% of the company's value. That's it from me. Thank you. Thank you, Doctor. I'm really impressed because this is a really brave discussion. Unusual companies compared to this appraisal method. So many things to discuss. I don't want to take time from the speakers. 2 or 3 quick questions. We need to observe the agenda allocated. I don't want to steal your time because we could discuss until dinner. I'm looking around. I'm looking into the computer's window. There is nobody who wishes to ask the question in the room. Internet participants? None. Therefore, Professor, another presentation, and I hope they'll be seamless and will have crystal clear voice. This is a touch point between the 2 articles. Lotos, Orlen, shares price depends on crude oil prices being so wobbly and exchange rate too. Where is crude oil prospered for? Let us return to Justyna Solomon, MA, so that she will give us an insight into this world. Representative of the Jagiellonian University, Ms. Solomon is going to speak about Islamic wealth finance management.
All right, hello, welcome back. I hope this will be better now. Do we have good quality audio? Well, I'm afraid this is far from perfect, although we can see there has been some improvement. So I suggest that you just go ahead. I'd like to start with showing my presentation to provide some visuals to support my talk. As far as I can see, there is still the presentation of the previous speaker active now. Can we swap it? At least this is what I can see. So, yes, I think Dr. Gadawska should close her presentation because this will prevent the display of another one.
Mam sygnał, że jest wszystko w porządku. Pani magister kontynuuje.
Yes, I think this is fine, so please continue.
Mam nadzieję, że wszystko w porządku i wreszcie będę mogła zaprezentować bez problemu.
Okay, so I'm very sorry for all the inconveniences so far. So the subject of my talk is management and finance in the world of Islam, with the examples of haram and halal. As a PhD student of the Institute of Religious Studies, Jagiellonia University, I'm looking at the economic dimension of religion. And relationships between entrepreneurs and banks, in particular in the pharmaceutical industry and food production industry worldwide. So I would like to speak about the influence of religion on the example of Islam on finance and operation of businesses in the area of North Africa and Middle East. So my primary question is whether religion can condition the structure and influence the operation of businesses and banks in this area. And it's not only in North Africa or Middle East, but anywhere where Muslim community exists and have some influence on business. So this is the primary question we wanted to focus today. Well, you can say that religion always has a major influence on the system of values within a community, but it may also shape the whole social sphere in which people live and work. And Islam, in particular, controls all the different aspects of human life, which I will try to demonstrate in the coming slides following the examples of business. So I'll try to define the relationship between culture, religion, and organizational culture or cultural governance. I will also speak about Islam and the division into what is permitted and what is prohibited, which is halal and haram. And I will also pay attention in the context of financial activity. I will point to such notions as riba, garar, mudaraba, musharaka, and murabaha. So, in other words, we will have a look at what is neutral, what is obligatory, what is non-obligatory, what is recommended, what is not recommended. So speaking about finance, I will speak very practically about these terms I have mentioned. And of course I will explain what these mean. So why did I decide to study this? I think one of the driver was the growing popularity of halal companies in the world, not only in the financial sector, but also in food industry and in tourism. And this is where these companies do operate. There are countries where halal companies in the food industry account for up to 85% of all business organizations. There are more than 40 million Muslim community in Europe. So as a result, this provides a favorable ground for the halal industry, and the main producers, leading producers, make stuff and products, services that follow the spirit of halal. So religious standards in business, they resemble archetypes. So they are transferred from generation to generation within the same religion. As a result, they penetrate collective awareness. Clifford Geertz, when he was writing about the culture-making role of religion, he pointed to the fact that religion is an essential element of culture, and as a result, religion is a major social institution which is present in the life of the individual, but also in social and economic life. And Islam is a good example of this kind of religion. So there is the notion of Muslim banking, which was created as a response, as a concept. That was a response to European concept of banking, or American concept of banking. They wanted to create a model based on the Sharia law and not on secular laws. So one of the key points here are certain bans, prohibitions that are derived from Quran. They're called riba, because Quran, for example, bans usury and any activities that mislead the buyer. Also, it points to the awareness of the two parties to a contract, and certain transparency of contractual terms. Also stresses the need for both contracted parties to have full capacity to contract, And basically, these are some of the foundations of Islamic banking. Of course, honesty, integrity is a key element here as well. And this is, I think, true of every cultural dimension or area of human activity. I mean, being fair, being honest. So the Islamic financial system, in the first place, relies on the Sharia law and prohibits any manipulative or speculative activity or transactions. And also it assumes that obligations should be shared equally between partners or parties to a contract, and the contract is in a way sanctified and should not be broken. Speaking about riba, about the prohibition sourced from Quran, riba among the Muslim community is understood as profit, so something extra beyond the basic amount. So, for example, adding some extra amount on top of returned money as a kind of a profit or remuneration is not allowed. And the size of the amount due is irrelevant in this case. So riba is, in other words, any value that goes beyond the main value, the main amount, which is the basic condition to raise this amount. On the other hand, the concept of gharar is defined in two ways by Muslim experts or scientists. On the one hand, gharar is uncertainty. On the other hand, this is risk. And Islam assumes only certain kinds of partnership between entrepreneurs and lenders. And there are three institutions in Islam that are responsible for this sphere of business activity. The first one is Mudarabah, which is similar to public limited partnership. So there is the financing party and the managing party in this kind of partnership. The other one is Musharaka, which is a specific purpose company which is made up of a bank and at least one entrepreneur. And there is no financial intermediary existing in this setup. And the third institution is Murabaha, which involves a resale with a commission. And this is where banking plays a more important role. Here, intermediation and interest on deposits are accrued or paid based on the previously agreed conditions. Murabaha is the sale of goods in such a way that profit is included in the price, and this is known to the seller and to the buyer. And this kind of sale is called contract of cost plus profit. So the price is paid by the buyer in installments. So according to Murabaha principles, an Islamic bank buys goods on its own behalf and then sells it to buyers, while the buyer knows how much profit the bank earns. So Murabah, in other words, passive partnership, is based on a swap between profits, both on the side of liabilities and assets in the bank balance sheets. This shift produces a number of positive effects, for example, for the efficiency, fairness, and stability of the banking system. Mudarabah can have a limited or unlimited form. In limited murabahs, the bank or the financing institution can define a specific activity in which investment can be made. Mudarabah can also be unlimited. This is where the murarib, one of the partners, may invest capital in any form. The major problem here is the analysis of the capacity of the expert, the so-called mudarib, and its know-how to run the activity that the investor would like to invest their money. This is a visual showing how the mudaraba works. We have the financing institution, we have the project or project initiator, and the investment. So once raising the money, the initiator moves on to investment. Once some profit is raised, this is transferred to the financing institution, either in total or in installments. So in other words, this funding is a form of loan, but this is raised in a very specific system. And of course, any damage here to any of these parties is limited to the maximum possible extent. If we look at the market share in Islamic banking, pay attention that, as I said before, this is not only the traditional Islamic world, but this is a global system already. So if we have 14% in Bahrain or 16% in Malaysia, this is still quite a lot in the UK, USA, and 29% in other countries of the world. So this is, in other words, everywhere where Islamic communities exist, Islamic banking follows, and businesses can operate in line with the rules of Islamic law. So as a Muslim, wherever you live, you can use the banking system based on your own laws, principles. So this is clearly an example how religion penetrates the sphere of finance. So if we, at the beginning of my talk, ask a question whether this is possible for religion to do it, now the question is yes. And we can see this on the example of the Islamic community, wherever this community is based. And of course, the Islamic communities are not only entrepreneurs, but also consumers. So they expect to get services and products developed, produced in line with their own laws. Thank you very much for this interesting presentation of a very interesting topic. We seem to forget that also in Christian religion we have many mentions, many recommendations concerning borrowing, concerning usury. Now this is, of course, already part of the existing legislature, but I think this is similar in the world of Islam. Do we have any quick questions? Because this should be already a coffee break. So let's make it quick. We have no hands raised in the room, nor online. So there's one final speech in this part of our meeting, in this segment. I'm afraid we have reached the end of it, so I think nothing will be lost, and we will use this missing presentation at the beginning of segment 2, because this is International Coffee Day today, so I hope you will particularly enjoy your coffee. Right now, I'll see you back at 10 to 12 for segment 2 of our meeting, and we will start with the lecture that we missed in this segment, Heuristics in Project Management by Dr. Soraka Potrzebna. Thank you, Professor Paździor, for moderating, for chairing our opening segment of today. Thank you all. Enjoy your break.
Tak, słucham.
Z tej strony Dominik, tam, a jeszcze chwileczkę. Mógłbym minutkę zająć?
No, ogłosiłem przerwę, a to jakaś techniczna czy merytoryczna kwestia?
Chciałem tylko zapytać, bo akurat jak panowie szanowni mówili ocenę naszego przemówienia, to wtedy były problemy techniczne i nic nie słyszeliśmy. I jaka to była ta ocena państwa?
Państwa wyśmienite. Jeśli chodzi o nas dwóch, to same superlatywy. Myślę, że absolutnie tutaj słyszę głos publiczności naszej i uczestników piątka z plusem. Nawet może więcej. Gratulujemy, bardzo cieszymy się. W przerwie kawowej na pewno będziemy o tym jeszcze dyskutować, jak i o pozostałych prezentacjach. Dziękuję bardzo za...
Również bardzo dziękujemy.
Za fajną prezentację, za wszystkie fajne prezentacje Państwu dziękuję i za chwilę spotkamy się ponownie. Państwu życzę oczywiście również smacznej kawy w tych miejscach, w których jesteście. Do zobaczenia i usłyszenia.
Pierwsze.
Przedstawię pojęcie heurystyki oraz jej znaczenie dla zarządzania projektami. Następnie opowiem o celu moich badań, próbie badawczej oraz wynikach badań. A na samym końcu zaprezentuję wnioski z przeprowadzonych. A więc czym jest heurystyka? W literaturze spotkać można wiele definicji tego pojęcia, które podkreślają jej interdyscyplinarność, która związana jest przede wszystkim z twórczym rozwiązywaniem problemów. Podkreślają również jej przydatność do odnajdywania nowych faktów i połączeń między nimi, jak również wykrywania w ten sposób prawd. Heurystyka uznawana jest również za naukę, która bierze pod uwagę różne ograniczenia, a jej metody są proste i łatwe do zastosowania. W związku z tym metoda oraz technika heurystyczna to sposób postępowania, który systematycznie wprowadzany umożliwia osiągnięcie założonego wyniku lub też rozwiązanie problemu. Metoda składa się z czynności umysłowych oraz praktycznych, które umożliwiają realizację
Raz, dwa, trzy, raz, dwa, trzy, raz, dwa, trzy, ten jest głośniejszy. Raz, dwa, trzy. Tam jest 25. Raz, dwa, trzy, trzy, trzy. Raz, dwa, trzy, raz, dwa, trzy. No, raz, jeden, dwa, trzy. Próba mikrofonu, raz, jeden, dwa, trzy. Tak, tam jest około 5 sekund opóźnienia.
Mam pytanie, czy ta pani, która ma występować jako pierwsza, ta Popławska, która jest podłączona?
Nie, wcześniej miała być, znaczy nie sprawdzałem, ale wcześniej miała być ta pani, co przysłała prezentację.
Tak, tak. Okej, ale Popławska. Czy to Popławska, nie? Co ona jest podłączona?
Nie mam?
Dobra, czy jest dużo szansa, że jej nie będzie?
Ja bym zadzwonił, ale...
Nie ma numeru, bo ona jest z Ukrainy. Nie
Aha.
podała.
Trzymaj mikrofon.
Jednego nie ma YouTube'a.
Nie stać mnie, bo były dwa.
A ty włączony masz YouTube'a? W twoim?
W telefonie mam.
Ale nie, ten komputer masz jakiś ekran biały, bo...
Ja nie odpalałem YouTube'a.
No to nic nie dałeś.
Co? Ja mam... Co ja mam?
Czarny idzie.
U mnie jest włączone złote.
Ten działa. Oba działają.
Oba działają? A jak głos? Jak jest głosem? Możesz...
U siebie głosu nie sprawdzam.
Akurat, co tam? No. No. Taki kubek, taki Dobrze, ja jutro zadzwonisz, będę do tego, zapytam, co robią ten wystawy na całym świecie. Wiem, o co ci chodzi. Na kiedy? Na sobotę. No to jutro dogadam. Taką wystawkę, taką. Jak mają jubilerzy i prezentują jakieś biżuterię. Obraca się. Dobra, to jutro się dopytam wszystko. Dobra.
schodzą, nie wiem dźwięk.
A jak dasz głos?
Ktoś mi się tu podłączył, czego muszę go wyciszyć.
Ja na tym innym mam ciemno.
Co?
Ja na tym innym mam ciemno.
Bo masz jeden link, masz nowy link, który ci wysyłałem?
Mam nowe linki. Znaczy te, które mi wysłałeś.
Pokażcie mi tego Facebooka. Kurde, nie, ona się nie łączy.
No ja mam dobrze.
To nie jest ten link, to mam inny tytuł w ogóle, Mirek. Tu są dwa, ten i ten.
No to wchodźcie.
PL. Prosimy wyłączyć mikrofony. Gdzie tu jest wstecz? I to jest drugi, też działa. Ktoś ma włączony mikrofon. Pan Lipski ma włączony mikrofon, wyłączamy. O, chyba jest cisza. Zmieniałeś układ?
Nie. Czemu nie było co?
Nie, bo miał być z kamerą to wszystko włączone, zniknął.
Kamera?
Tak.
A kamera działa na pewno?
A nie, aha, bo dobra, jak się rozerwał, to kamerę wyłączyło. Dobra, zgadza się. Myślałem, że się użytkownik zmienił. Jest kamera, tak? Jest.
Szanowni Państwo, proszę o
Ladies and gentlemen, would you please take your seats? I can see that there are more and more people coming in, slowly but surely. This is the International Coffee Day, so many people got stuck in a cafe discussing the conference issues further off stage, but online participants are more disciplined, so would you please follow their example and return? I'd like to refer to all those who are participating in the conference. I can see more and more people are coming in. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have just joined the discussion, let me introduce myself. Again, my name is Marcin Nowak, PhD, and I am a moderator at this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the second presentations block. The knowledge partner is Dr. Ewa Sikora-Hołody, who will be moderating the event. Before I offer her a floor, I think you should remember that if you want to have a question post a presentation, air out your opinion, participants in the room are requested to raise a hand. The internet participants are requested to write it in the chat box. Not everything can be seen, or we can have some technical problems, but this is pretty independent of us. And one more important thing, speaking about the conference content, we are not going to be limited to the topics contained in the agenda, but there were technical problems in the first session, as I have said. We'll have one more extra presentation, which is normally attached to the previous session, the one that was recorded by PhD, I'm sorry, Dr. Hanna Soroka-Potrzebna, Heuristics in Project Management. And would you please play the video, and Ewa Sikora-Hołody will be chairing the session, and I'll be chopping in the moderation. Hello and welcome. My name is Hanna Soroka-Potrzebna, and I work at Szczecin University. In the course of today's presentation, I'll be presenting the results of my work called Heuristics in Project Management. In the course of the presentation, I will present heuristics notion and its significance for project management. Then I'll tell you about the objective of my research sample, and research results. At the end of my presentation, I'll be airing out the conclusions from the research. What is heuristics? In literature, you may find a plethora of definitions of this notion. It is interdisciplinary. It is associated with creative problem-solving scheme. It finds new facts and connections between the facts. It is quite innovative in this respect because it discovers the new truth. Heuristics is a science which takes into consideration different limitations, and methods are simple to use. Therefore, heuristics makes it possible to implement business solutions in an easy manner. The method and technique is the procedure for operation. Once implemented, it makes it possible to attain the results or solve the problem. The method is composed of mental and practical activities that make it possible to deliver end-to-end creative process ever since the discovery of the problem, formulation, solution generation, verification and assessment of results. Heuristic technique is a set of auxiliary help which make it possible to attain specific steps. Contain herein the morphological complexity and diversity in problem approach and multifunctional approach shows that there is no one single classification of heuristic methods. There is usually this division in accordance to the tested problem attitude. Technological and intuitive. The first one refers to a streamlined and orderly line of thinking based on a procedure that requires to follow. You formulate a problem and then you split it down to specific issues. And another group is intuitive in its technique. You synthesize a problem and then you have leap development designed at solving. It is a comprehensive overview of a problem without going into details too much, without focusing on details. Heuristic methods idea is a creative approach towards tested phenomenon based on creative thinking and creative solution finding. These can be used at every project management stage. Planning stage, these are used to help the planning team in forecast for resources or required managing activities. In the project implementation stage, it is easier to use heuristics for decision-making process as problems arise. In project management, these are created for accumulation of experiences, assessment of activities, and report creation. This is a vast scope definition. You can avoid mistakes if you excessively estimate the resources for the project. You can have a better distribution of resources for many projects being realized at the same time, identify techniques and tools for project management. You may have a positive impact on the attitudes of the team. You create more stable environment for the project so this is more comfortable to work in, and therefore you deliver better results. Heuristics is a subtle yet magnificent tool that impacts the decisions made. The objective of research was to show the methods and technologies of heuristics by hands-on practitioners. October-December 2019 was a test period. The questionnaire was distributed among 1.3 thousand practitioners of project management included in Western Pomeranian Voivodeship's database. There were 24 questions, including 6 metrics. This is CAVI method that was used. The test sample included the bodies, predominantly public institutions and self-government institutions, that accounted for more than 43% of the total number of responders. SMEs, less than 17%, micro and small enterprises, 26% in total. These represented different business sector, education, industry, health services of different kinds, and construction and civil engineering sector. They were posed questions as follows. Do they know and use heuristic techniques? From among the answers, we found that 67% of respondents said they did not know the techniques. Other 33% indicated included private sector companies, and SMEs, especially small enterprises, indicated the knowledge of heuristics, or those that were involved in projects of different budgets that encompassed different business sectors. The respondents which used heuristic methods indicated brainstorm, some 44% of all answers, and control list, some 21%, as the most often used. The least popular but still used techniques are 66 discussion, morphological method, and others. Some people indicated some other methods or techniques, such as Walt Disney technique, debate, scenario development technique. The advantages question was the next one, and respondents indicated that the data produced is of high use, 36% of the answers, and the fact that the method is easy to implement, 36%. Brainstorm was easy to use and the data was useful, multi-stage development and low cost. Despite the advantages of this and other heuristic methods, the analysis indicated that the respondents were into strategic analysis, SWOT analysis, or documents review more often rather than heuristic methods. Therefore, this low 36% level. What are the conclusions from this research? The project success depends on many factors, including team members' creativity. Most of the project's realization is associated with high investment outlays. Therefore, all alternatives should be taken into consideration, and those selected at the end of the day should have been thoroughly analyzed efficiency-wise. Heuristics becomes very useful in project management, especially when we have projects, resources allocation, tools management, schedule observance, budget observance, quality control points. It is all possible thanks to creative solution development and the development of ways to solve problems at difficult turning points. What is most often used in project management are such heuristic methods as the brainstorm, 66 discussion, synectics, a morphological method. All these methods are largely used in project management. However, practitioners have not indicated other yet very useful methods, like sample method, line method. The methods and techniques of heuristics are used by a limited number of project teams. And if these are used, normally these are private sector entities, medium-sized enterprises that deliver big projects. It is not limited to this group of entities, but others use it less often. It shows that heuristics is underestimated, perceived as something complex that requires high involvement, time investment. Neither project manager or project team can afford, but this is not the cost, and time outlay is a problem, but the right selection of the method for the project. Therefore, this is the introduction to further analysis of heuristics in project management, which makes it possible to indicate those that are useful at different project management steps, which can be used for different projects, no matter the size, scope, or business sector. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank the listeners and the presenter of this magnificent presentation. There'll be no questions here. We'll have another block of presentations. As I mentioned, Dr. Ewa Sikora-Hołody will be chairing this session, and the floor is yours, madam. Hello and welcome.
We are about to begin our second segment, this time devoted very generally to organizational management, and we have very extensive research areas here to explore. Well, without further ado, we are moving on to our speakers. The only request I have before we start, please keep the time bracket provided, which is up to 15 minutes, and then we will move on to questions and answers. The first speakers from Ukraine, Professor Zana Popławska, Lydia Seniv, and Vitaly Humeniuk of the Lviv University of Technology, and the talk is about improvements in public administration in private services related to security in Ukraine. Do we have a connection, please, with Lviv? I'm afraid Professor is not ready, is not available, so let's slightly modify the sequence. So how about Dr. Ewa Miszczak, our Dean of our University College. Mrs. Dean will speak about the social concept of social responsibility of business as an effect of awareness transformation in modern societies. Hello, everyone. I want to say hello to all the people in the room, those I know and I'm about to get to know, and I want to say hello, of course, to everyone who's online. I would like to share some of my studies, some of my observations on corporate social responsibility. I'm a sociologist by qualification. And when I was invited to this conference, I was wondering what kind of aspect I should explore, where there is some common ground for us to share experience and knowledge, where is the interface between social and sciences and management. So this is a relatively new area for me to explore. So when looking for possible ways to make this combined effort work, is a concept of corporate social responsibility, CSR. So this social component is already there. So my field is represented here and compatible with management. So let me focus on some causes or motivation behind the emergence of CSR, the social motivations that are closest to me. I'm sure you all know what CSR is. There are multiple definitions, very rich sources on CSR, and I'm not going to cover these definitions here because there are many of them. So I will only address the causes. So how did CSR came about, and why I consider it an effect of certain transformation of social awareness. CSR would not be there if not for some social transformation or transformation of awareness or thinking in societies, to be precise. And this is not a discovery of mine, but based on the literature on the subject, I drew some conclusions. I saw that the transformation of awareness, especially in Western societies, was something that really sparked, triggered the concept of CSR. First, I wanted to show you very briefly one of the definitions of CSR by Adrianna Paliwoda-Matiolańska. She's a co-author of this definition of about 2009. It was first used in her publication back in 2009. And this definition, or one of the definitions that I believe fits with my perspective of CSR. That book was really great, and I'm not here to advertise this author or her output, but I just liked her approach to CSR. She observed that CSR is an effective process of corporate management which, by responding to identifiable expectations of company stakeholders, contributes to its growth in terms of competitiveness, at the same time providing stable and durable, sustainable development, while shaping beneficial conditions for economic growth and social growth, while creating at the same time economic and social value. So this is a very inclusive definition, as you can see. Now, again, very briefly, I'll tell you about the very essence of CSR against the background of social studies. So, enterprise in social sciences is considered as a co-participant of social life on equal terms, because if we consider society a living organism made up of minor systems or subsystems resembling connected vessels, so enterprise participates in social life on equal terms. So it is neither above or below other elements of social life, so it has the same rights and obligations for what is happening in social life. So enterprise is neither beyond or below. It's not political or other element. This is something that takes part in social life, just as the reminder of participants of this life. So it is responsible both for the good and bad in social life. So here I listed some causes that, in my opinion, gave rise to the idea of CSR. These are not all. I mean, the list is not exhaustive. I believe these are the most relevant. I'm sorry for the small print, but I will try to elaborate on each, just a few words. So first, there is postmodernism, this concept, ideology, or trend, or a way of thinking that emerged after the Second World War. We can go on and on, talking about postmodern, about architecture, about art, about literature. But in this case, postmodernism has its social dimension as well. So it was, in a way, a decline of certain authorities or values, and it's all about contesting, confronting what was traditional, what was sustainable. It was denied and was no longer relevant, no longer significant as it was before. Next thing is growing awareness of the society and the growing awareness of the environment. And this is something that really changes very slow in societies. But once this shift is made, there are major changes, social changes following. Then we have social activity and social participation. And this aspect follows directly from the previous causes. It is just another stage of development of social awareness. Then there is consumer movement, then there is globalization, migration, cultural diffusion and unification, the progress of transport, mass media, wireless communication and the internet, then demographic changes, and some adverse phenomena in employment. Now, I'd like to elaborate briefly on each of these dimensions or causes of the rise of CSR. Postmodernism, again, is a very extensive topic to discuss, but just briefly, this is about denying existing authorities, denying a certain social order, denying values or questioning values and ideas. So values no longer are valued, and this is, well, happening before our very eyes. And again, gazing towards the future instead of past, and free choice.
To jest drugi? Oj, chyba jeszcze. Drugi, postmodernizm. Dobrze, udało się. Następny moment to jest wzrost świadomości.
Another thing, which is the growth of ecological and social awareness. These stages here that are not necessarily proper stages. These are connected vessels, as I said earlier, areas that integrate or penetrate each other. They overlap. All right, I have 3 minutes left. I have to really step on it. So this is very closely linked to postmodernism. The sense of subjectivity, sense of responsibility and influence on social relationships and life environment, the growth of awareness of the sense of importance in social life, and a growing understanding of different links and relationships between different components in social life, but also between social life and the natural environment. So in other words, people start thinking, well, I can have some influence, I can do something, I can push or press someone to do something for me. So this is all about awareness, social awareness, which is very fundamental in this case, because we understand what can happen if we, for example, destroy our forests or pollute our rivers. Then we are cutting the branch of the tree that we are sitting on. Well, another thing is social activity and civic participation. This is growing in Poland, of course, although we are still far behind the Scandinavian countries. But, well, I think we are quite fine. We're doing better and better. So feeling a subject or an active citizen who can have an influence, who is responsible for what is now and what is tomorrow, for their own country and for the whole world. The next cause, consumer movement, so consumers becoming more and more aware of their rights, that they can, for example, return a product that they're not satisfied with. Then globalization, so a big exchange of not only products or services, but of course knowledge and information, unification and diffusion in cultures. In other words, we start to resemble each other. I mean, between cultures, the same lifestyle, the same living conditions, same customs. So we. This is becoming more and more relevant, and very, very widespread globally, because more and more people in the world are becoming aware of this situation. Then there is the growth of transport, the progress of the mass media, of wireless communication. In other words, we can be everywhere, we can source information from anywhere. Then there is demographic shift, the aging of the society, the population, overpopulation as well, and some negative phenomena in employment. So the abuse of cheap labor, especially in Asia, dirty production, dirty manufacture, or environmental pollution. Okay, I'm afraid my time is up. So I just wanted to highlight these causes behind CSR that, in my opinion, were relevant, were really game changers in the growth of CSR. So at least from the point of view of a sociologist, these are relevant. I have some literature listed here. Also, Doctor, you are mentioned here because I used your work in my observations. So thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to talk, and thank you all for your attention. Thank you, Mrs. Dean, and thank you for telling everyone about my book. Doctor tried to combine management and sociology, but it's not only me. I believe that most of us believe that many of the areas we study are in fact interdisciplinary areas. They overlap with other disciplines. Previously we spoke about motivation, so it was part of the sociological aspect, the pyramid of needs, the needs of individuals, and still we have some accounting issues here. We have finance. So in a way, management, we can say, is an interdisciplinary area, while at the same time having its own core field of study. So thank you very much, Mrs. Dean. There is also a very important thing, that is how companies respond to the COVID pandemic, because we can see this social awareness tries to go beyond the profit and loss account, because if we were facing lockdown or if we were facing pandemics, then some changes in company, in enterprise organization followed. And we can see that even when locked at home, social campaigns never stopped, and they directly responded to the virus. Well, I have just learned, and I have received some information that some of you online did not hear the whole lecture. So I have a request to our technicians to fix it, if not fixed yet. But the presentation was, as far as I know, visible on screen, so you're able at least to follow the text. Do we have any questions on this one? Although Mrs. Dean has just left the room, so please, if you have any questions, keep them for the time being and ask them later, maybe during our segment. Let's move on with the next speaker. Over to you, Doctor.
Thank you very much. I believe we'll stick to the agenda of this topics block. Consecutive speaker, Dr. Engineer Stanisław Lipski, Higher Education Institution of Managing, I believe doctor is present with us. I don't know what's going on because so much noise is being produced. New challenges and chances for employment market in economy 4.0 period. If you're ready, the floor is yours. Can you hear me? I'd like to share some challenges that we might have observed in labor market in the advent of economy 4.0. New era is associated with something new, which is a painful experience. In this conference, we have had the chance to experience this. Old things are associated with contortions. Let me focus on modernization forces, let me refer to them, and the challenges in the labor market, consequences and conclusions. Introduction is pretty short. I won't be reading that out, but we believe that we have recognized the change in the old pattern. Brexit, trade war, ever-changing supply chains. Polish economy has also been impacted, not only Poland's economy, but also others. We are at the verge of the new era's advent. What are the forces associated with the new era? New emerging markets, new technologies, new global connections, and smaller amount of workforce not responsive to the needs. There are more of them, like ever-changing markets, labor market, climate changes, income discrepancy, new climate projects, and even more. This slide shows the impact of new technologies. I won't be reading that out. You know what it is all about. Mutual connections powers in different industries, which are of importance. This is 2018 data. So this is the pre-COVID pandemic period. Post-COVID pandemic period will deliver different data. We've got emerging markets powers. There is a number of them indicated here. Focus is the source for this classification. India and China and the Philippines go from strength to strength. Labor force has been changing too. We can see labor force growth in the United States. Other countries that used to have ample of labor force have suffered a change. This has been impacted by many factors. I wouldn't like to go into details here, but first and foremost, smart factories are the remedy. They don't need the employment of the type we have known until now. And employees feel at a loss at the moment. According to McKinsey reports, some 50% of the work time in Poland, 7 million jobs, so 1 in 2 people employed, are devoted to things that can be automated in the nearest possible future, like 10 years from now on. The existing and tested new technologies can be used for the purpose. We have seen the levels of implementation, and these can be distributed, as you can see on the screen. The value chain shows us that manufacturing does not bring big added value. Patents and technologies bring more. Marketing, market services, and similar. Thus, we know that production transfer to other countries will be the place. It is for the countries that are unable to win market with the patents. Growth sources are already known. The main changes factors. There is smaller demand for specific professions, greater dynamics in new products. Mid-class in emerging markets is getting stronger, and demographic changes, including those in the European Union, and impact of immigration. There are more of them, but this will be indicated in our publication. Transformation is going to speed up. I was looking at the slide, wondering whether COVID is good for this transformation or not. It forced this kind of acceleration. It's happening this or that way. There are 5 strong technologies that impact transformation. Omnipresent mobile internet, not necessarily have we experienced this in Poland. IT, the industrial internet, big data analytics, big enough that today's laptops are unable to utilize them. More robots in companies and cloud operations, as we call them. All that impacts labor markets of all kinds, especially the ones with labor force. Administration, judicial systems, companies, medicine, and similar. Therefore, you can see that there is a strong necessity to reform the workstations, adaptation, liquidation, creation of new employment forms, distant or remote working, and labor conditions change. This is associated with lots of dilemmas. How to prepare today's population to demands on the labor market, how to gain new employees, how to keep similar number of posts and adjust companies to the situation. Beyond any doubts, there is a change of employees' qualification. There is the list of necessary qualifications. I believe that every entrepreneur would like to have employees of this kind. Not necessarily is this possible. Very important bit of information. The Minister of National Education pronounced the jobs in greatest demand in 2019. What kind of job class are these? Service kind of. And there is a similar list that has been created on the basis of the survey for global markets. The new economies, as they call it. So the requirements are even higher. Programmers, analysts, managers, project managers, a different class of jobs. It's worth noting that this was created in 2018, a year before the ministry ones. So it is food for thought. It makes you wonder whether you have missed something. This is human resources methodology. I won't be laboring the point, but I believe that everybody has already experienced this. Saturation with robotics. This tabulation, this chart, shows you that we are below a certain threshold as far as robotic saturation is concerned. Poland is not there. The 6 strategies for resilient supply chain in post-COVID era, this is quite a complex one. I won't be discussing here. Poland's productivity has not reached the European level. Again, food for thought. Our productivity, meaning the national, the country's productivity, the human resources that we have here, is below Western Europe's level. So are the 15 EU member states. The factory processes in the nearest future. There is a number of processes, 5 on this chart, and they produce 5 associated results. There are levels attached to them. So these processes are happening in front of our eyes. So there is no tipping point indicator that tells you you are already there. Some business sectors are ready for the change, others are not. Some sectors need to prepare. It will take a decade or so. Digital transformation definition that was mentioned before. Digital transformation implementation steps. I won't be laboring the point. You will be given this in the publication. What is interesting are the conclusions, to cut the long story short. The 4.0 era, the name of my presentation, is a specific threat for some countries. So a question needs answering. Is there a threat for Poland? Yes, it is, indeed. Therefore, we should pose the question vice versa. This threat causes what? Like immigration, low quality posts, will be less available because there'll be a more complex and comprehensive organization of the company that requires more. They will focus on creativity, lifelong learning, cross-border cooperation and alignment of delivery chains. These will be reduced because there's not a worse thing than transportation. Things should be produced in the place they are needed. In the case of planes, for example, we deliver spare parts or elements for other parts of the world. Crisis resilience and crisis management need to be critical points because your health does not it does not depend on the number of vaccines, but on general resilience of your immune system. In addition to professional qualifications, like the ICT ones, there'll be other competencies: communication, social, organizational skills, teamwork, project work, intercultural awareness, language competences, interdisciplinary cooperation. This is one of the key objectives that needs to be fulfilled. And higher pressure on distant or teleworking, financial condition. This environment will be less susceptible to failures once we enter this new era. We'll have better technical conditions and higher efficiency of all the processes. I am myself a staff member of higher education institution for managers, graduate from management and technical departments. Thank you very much for your attention, for this ability to speak in front of you, and I hope that we will meet at interdisciplinary teams, research teams, which investigate and solve these problems. Thank you very much, Doctor. This was a very interesting topic. 4.0 economy. Returning to the coronavirus pandemics, we can note that this crisis management, flexible attitude towards what may happen in the company's ambient is very important. Flavor of the month topic. Yet we can draw conclusions. 4.0 economy and the concepts that it brings about, the new wave of management in organization. Is this really here, effectively present in Poland? One contribution towards our discussion. Only recently have I had the report. I cannot quote the exact title, but it was employers' attitude towards flexible teleworking time. You know well that the 3 most important pandemic months, a vast majority of companies switched to teleworking as the economy restrictions were lifted. Employees were returning to their offices. I don't know whether you realize what is the percentage of employers who'd like to stick to teleworking, like 2%. So you need to think twice whether we are already ready to take up the challenges in front of us, the ones that are outlined by Dr. which are the rudiments of economy 4.0. Now the floor goes to my colleague. I'm assuming my role, looking around. Anybody willing to take the floor to pose a question? I can see none. Internet users, online participants? Nope. Therefore, let me reverberate the thanks to the speaker. Doctor wanted to say something? I just wanted to say that I would like to thank you for the possibility of giving this presentation. If there are any questions, I'm at your service. You've got my contact data, email data. You can confront the observations. We have this kind of research in our university. The military academy, the warfare art university. So not only civilian but double use projects are in place. We are up to date with whatever is happening in the world. My forecast, 10 years, it's a not a long-term perspective. Many sectors, please note, have been hard hit, and this is the food for thought for them. They will draw conclusions in different ways, because aviation and agricultural business sectors largely differ, but this will certainly happen. And I hope the discussion will return to us. And I hope to see you soon. Thank you. Thank you for this punchline, and I hope to see you soon at some other conference focused on innovativeness and management trends that befit 21st century. There are no other questions. We can proceed with another presentation. Madam? Thank you. Lady speaker, Urszula Tokarska, Lublin College University of Enterprise and Administration. Today's management trends of intellectual capital based on teachers' professional competences in the light of research. The floor is yours.
Witam Państwa serdecznie.
można już przejść do prezentacji?
All right, good afternoon. Can I have my presentation on, please? The subject has been named already, contemporary trends in the management of intellectual capital based on qualification, professional qualification of teachers. Just to remind you the definition of intellectual capital. This is an intangible, non-observable resource of all entities operating within a territory of a country, that is inhabitants, business units, institutions and organizations, that is a potential or a manifestation of their potential for now and the future. From the perspective of an employer, intellectual capital is the capacity to work in different conditions, also under stress and cooperation with others. As regards the management of education, if you look at the work of a teacher who has gone through a training, you have to look at the way he or she worked before the training and after the training. So training should improve, besides major skills, also interpersonal skills and interpersonal contacts. Well, I will just shorten this. So competence comes down to formal education, experience as constituents of knowledge, as well as skills, attitudes, values, and personalities. This has been defined by a number of scientists. Some other researchers divide competence So competence competence of teachers, again, there are many definitions of that, like competence of a headmaster, competence of educators, of trainers, course masters. There is also emancipation competence, motivation competence, value-making competence. Another researcher lists the following competence: moral competence, cooperation competence, praxeological, communication. And there is also the aspect of passion underlined here, and axiological competences like understanding, empathy.
System opartych na metawiedzy zdolności jednostki do pełnienia misji zawodu nauczyciela
according to some other researchers, competence is a system of meta-knowledge based on other values and systems. So the article attempts to address the question of the current level of competence of teachers and what influences the optimum level of the competence. The hypothesis is that the level of competence is affected by the period of seniority, level of education, assertiveness, and more. A questionnaire was designed for teachers The studies covered 814 students of the High School of Social Sciences in Lublin. The study spanned the years 2015-2018, mainly women, 63%, and male teachers, 37%. If we look at seniority, 35% of respondents were in the mid-seniority, 32% above 25 years of professional experience. This was probably motivated by professional promotion, but also teachers want to gain very practical skills, like a mathematician who wants to work with Asperger youth or ADHD learners. So a mathematician taking part in a training wants to find out more about different methods of working with such learners in education. Only 12% of young teachers take up training. Young teachers, they are very often not employed on a permanent basis, and they don't know really what the future career will be like. The red bar is teachers with 25 years of seniority. They reach the optimum level here, about 100%, in such qualities as patience, tolerance, the love of the learner, responsibility. If you look at young teachers with 1 to 5 years of job experience, most of them do well, for example, on leniency or toleration, but they are less patient, less responsible. Only 41 out of all respondents. So the longer seniority, the greater skills of working with the learners. Also, the aspect of patience and temperance here is demanding, regardless of your age of seniority. This is always something in great demand when working with young students. And it also means certain resolve in never giving up against all odds when working with the most challenging issues at school.
Tutaj można jeszcze po podniesieniu kompetencji wychowawczych na wykładach
After raising educational competence, especially among lecturers, the teachers gain more in terms of extra skills and capacity in some of these qualities.
i tolerancji ze stażem pracy od 11 do 25 lat. Tutaj nauczyciele są na przemian wymagający.
If we look at the aspect of being demanding and tolerant at the same time, this is very interesting here, depending on seniority, which looks like these two spheres overlap. The top line, the top dot line, this is the top scoring for people with the biggest seniority versus the dark line running in the middle of the chart, which is the youngest teachers. So a modern teacher, contemporary teacher, keeps learning new educational skills regardless of the time of job experience, whether this is 1 or 25 years of work. So they're all interested in lifelong learning, not only those who want to get promoted, but also those who need some support in very specific practical skills. Also, teachers in their 60s, when they sometimes they feel unfulfilled because in the past they had little or no options to gain extra knowledge. So they will now grab the opportunity to learn more and maybe go into areas that they were not interested before. So the research seems to confirm what Kwiatkowski wrote. In your professional career, you have stages of development, but also regress. That's why you need to keep improving your professional skills. A Polish teacher does improve their skill, and there is a huge intellectual capital which is not fully tapped. Well, thank you very much for your attention. Well, this is quite interesting, and I think it's not only true what we heard, it's not only true about teachers, but perhaps of different professions, including entire organizations. I think I can open the mic to questions. Well, we have still 3 papers before the end of the segment, before lunch break. Do we have any questions now? Yes, go ahead. Doctor, do you know which teachers are more willing to raise qualification? They are teachers in elementary schools or high schools or vocational schools? I think all teachers in all establishments. But the highest school of social sciences that I questioned, these are in majority of cases high school and elementary school teachers. And this is where they come to receive training. It's less popular with teachers in vocational schools. And there are many teachers seeking different training opportunities, like in the Higher School of Social Sciences. There's a huge array of courses. Teachers are generally interested, regardless of their background, because they are also obliged to improve their qualification in sociotherapy, for example, or other parts, or other types of pedagogy. And there are some specializations also emerging among teachers, focusing on learners with special needs. So I believe this is quite a promising trend. So postgraduate programs for teachers is a very promising area to invest in. I think I can see no more hands raised in the room. What about off-site? I can't see any. So we are moving on now to Józef Sadowski. I think there is a question from Józef Sadowski online. Go ahead, Mr. Sadowski.
Nie słyszę, być może coś się po prostu wcisnęło, ale też...
I can't hear this. Well, if there is a question, just park this question and wait to ask it later during our next question and answer session. Now, we're moving on to another speaker.
Tak, dziękuję.
Thank you very much indeed. And lady speakers are with us in the online world. I hope that will avoid technical problems. Nicoletta Musiał, MA from the University of Economics in Katowice, is joining us. I believe she's with us. Hello. And she'll be speaking about Turquoise management concept by Frédéric Laloux and as democratic management example. The floor is yours. I just want to check whether you see my presentation and everything's in order. The floor is yours. I'm a PhD student at Economics University in Katowice. The presentation is in English because not all notions can be directly translated into Polish. I said at the moment, I hope it will change in the future. The TEAL organization is what I have had for the first time at the Business Summit conference. The conference was held 3 years ago. It was interesting and innovative enough that some of my MA thesis focused on that. Frédéric Laloux included this democratic or more than democratic management concept. Democratic management system has gained and garnished greater popularity, even more so because it unleashes the whole potential of employees, the most valuable asset for the company, for organizations. Thus, they largely contribute towards the organization's success more than ever. The TEAL organization was presented by Laloux in 2014. The book was translated into Polish too, and we have the book to work on. According to Peter Drucker, the greatest danger in times of turbulence is not the turbulence, is to act with yesterday's logic. This is important for teal organization because this is the response to the ever-changing challenges. In order to fulfill the teal organization's idea requires examination of other LALU models, the green, red, orange, and teal model, from the most authoritarian to most democratic, from impulsive red organizations. 10,000 years ago is the time the new organizations arose, based on fear and power. Therefore, they are compared to the wolf's pack, because the dominant personages use fear to induce respect in the group. These are quite primitive, very aggressive, and highly reactive. One function dominates others because the member, the head, might be devoured. Terrorist movements are the example of today's organizations of this type. You can observe a clear and rigid frame that are pretty effective, especially in unstable conditions, like during a combat, during war, or in prison. Another, conformist type, amber type organizations. About 4,000 years ago is the time of them coming into being. Development of the nations is the basis for that. Two paradigms the amber organizations are based on. The first, mid and long-term planning, and the other, amber organizations create stable organizational structures. These are exemplified by churches, governments, public schools, this type of organizations, or the army, the military. One of the most basic problems of amber-type organizations is the fact that they believe that the world does not change, and therefore they are not ready to operate in unstable condition and environment, as opposed to red organizations. It needs highlighting that amber organizations believe that by nature employees are lazy, not sincere, therefore they need to be helped. Therefore, they require constant monitoring and supervision, no place for creativity and innovativeness. Another are orange organizations. They can be compared to machines. Efficiency, maximization of income, and organization as such are the most important. They're into consumptionism, flippant exploit of natural resources, or even greed. Orange organizations' employees need to be creative and talented, on the other hand. Orange organizations find responsibility and meritocracy most important. The managers of orange organizations must reach goals assigned by the organization, no matter how the goal is attained. Colloquially speak, they march towards the success. They create bonuses and reward system to motivate. The position in the orange organization depends on knowledge, formal education, skills, work experience of an employee. These organizations are believed to be successful because of the senior level managers. Therefore, they deserve special work benefits, such as bigger offices and a parking lot. Pluralistic green organizations offer the same rights and duties to all members. Each employee has got the right to be a part of the decision-making process. Therefore, there is no need to create a formal hierarchy. Green organizations are like a family. Every member has got their own duties. Should the need arise, they can count on support and help from other family members. Sometimes there is the need to appoint a leader. In this case, this is a serving leader to motivate, to support, to boost professional development. This is an appointed leader for a specific period of time. Should the need arise, other member of organization replaces the leader. The key values and beliefs of employees are success determinants. So the organizational structure is important. Green organizations promote the CSR concept mentioned in the course of the conference. So, for example, recyclable products. And we have teal organizations. The author believes that this is yet another step on the development path that stems from human awareness. This is like a living organism or a living system. It needs mentioning that teal organizations are based on 3 pillars. Self-management, no need to control employees. So the leader's role is unnecessary. Creation of full-scope potentials, so getting the best out of an employee as far as the capabilities and talents are concerned is the objective. And evolutionary purpose is the last one. Instead of foreseeing, they've got their own direction appointed, they live a life of their own. It's not the success or wealth, but a good life is the objective. It can transform into success, love, wealth with time. Employees cooperate, trust one another. Partnership and responsibility are the promoted values, and decisions are made by most experienced individuals who boast the greatest experience. So this is partnership democracy, as you call it. Lalou believes that teal is the future of organizations. As such, should not be the objective, but the way that leads to gain a new way of thinking, new awareness level. As Professor Blickler said once, he is a proponent and ambassador of teal, there are no two gems of the same kind. There are no two identical organizations, so they use these in a slightly different ways as far as the assets in teal management are concerned. Thank you very much. It was a very interesting presentation. Theoretical, but I hope that you will work on teal organizations concept within the scope of empirical studies. One remark of mine, in the chart that was presented by you, there's the teal organization that is compared to a system. I don't know in what sense. In systemic theories, there is usually one subsystem that controls the majority. And in the teal organization, there's no body of this type, unless you take autopoietic systems theory, so self-organizing ones. It was my little digression. Doctor, question, quest. Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Master, for your presentation. Any additional questions to the speakers? I cannot see any in the auditorium. I cannot see any askers in the online world. So another presentation in the series today will be joined by Ewelina Bereziewicz. I can see you here. Ewelina Bereziewicz represents main School of Economics in Warsaw, and will be speaking about leadership essence in sustainable human capital development diagnostic tools. The floor is yours.
Niestety nie słyszymy. Nie wiem, czy pani magister nas słyszy. A jest wyłączony mikrofon tutaj.
Right, I'm afraid we can't hear it, so please activate your microphone. Please put your microphone on and go on with your paper.
Dzień dobry, czy słychać mnie?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Yes, yes, very well, thank you. Yes, okay, give me a minute. I will just sort this out. Okay, so please go ahead when you're ready.
Witam Państwa serdecznie, szanowne grono organizatorów, jak również zgromadzonych gości prelegentów. Pozwolę sobie jeszcze upewnić.
All right, welcome everyone. Just to make sure, can you see my slides? Yes, everything seems to be fine. So I'm going to tell you about leadership in the context of sustainable development of human capital, and I'll tell you about some diagnostic tools that support this kind of development. As regards the idea of sustainable development, there are three dimensions, intertwined dimensions that should be mentioned. This is natural, economic, and social. As regards definition, the one after Brundtland Commission is the capacity to satisfy global economic, social needs without any detriment to the capacity of future generation to satisfy their needs in that time. As regards sustainable organization, it should provide a balance between economic growth, environmental protection, and social equality. Another angle of this definition, sustainable development or sustainable organization is a unit that relies on their earned profit, but at the same time is capable of continuing its activity while helping to maintain the environment or the setting in which it operates unchanged. Such a sustainable enterprise, according to the Commission, Brundtland Commission, the Global Commission for Environment and Development, speaks about leadership in the context of sustainable development of human capital. Human capital is set in the context of promoting of employees' well-being and constant access to qualified human resources. In other words, to take care of such an organizational setting to make it feel fulfilled and pursue their own aspirations. So a leader of sustainable development is someone who inspires, who supports activities to make the world better. He or she is open to changes, is ready to deepen their awareness about themselves and the world around. To create a sustainable style of leadership, leaders can also be managers of innovation, who will be able to develop competence that will help continue the business of the organization while increasing its profit and improving the life of all interested parties. I wanted to share with you 10 pillars of sustainable development of human capital. We have the so-called change of orientation as a change of organizational change, broad systemic thinking to combine organization, social and environmental awareness, that is understanding of the role of the organization and its influence, then the business sense and reliability. Another pillar is adaptability, change management, translation skills, persuasiveness, passion and energy, as well as development and mentoring, in other words, an obligation of leadership in developing people. I'm afraid we cannot hear you, madam. We can only see your presentation, and it seems fine on our side, so make sure your connection is stable. So if you could, if you are able to resume, can you perhaps start right from where you stopped a moment ago? I mean, this very slide. If you can hear me, of course.
Wiem, że pani magister nas nie słyszy, ale może słyszą nas inni uczestnicy, więc tutaj będzie próba nawiązania kontaktu.
Well, I'm afraid Mrs. Baraziewicz cannot hear us, but perhaps some other people online can hear us. It is likely we might be able to repeat part of this speech, but if you look at Mrs. Baraziewicz, I'm afraid she cannot even realize that we have a problem.
Chciałbym serdecznie pani magister również podziękować za część referatu, ale wiem, że pani mnie nie słyszy.
Thank you very much for what we heard from you. I'm afraid we did not hear the closing parts of your presentation. We couldn't hear the very end of your talk. We saw you and your presentation. Well, I'm afraid we have to live with this. But if you could perhaps, for all the listeners, if you could perhaps move back to somewhere in the middle of your talk and just resume it. Because if we can hear you now, maybe we can make up for this, because we don't want to lose this interesting talk. So can you please say again what has been missed out? Well, yeah, thank you for this feedback. Everything seemed fine on my side. So I wonder where I should start, where I should restart my talk. It looks like slide 15 is where we lost audio. So over to you, madam.
Tak, bardzo proszę od tego slajdu kontynuować swoją wypowiedź.
Yeah, so please continue from this point on.
Proszę Państwa, chciałabym nawiązać do narzędzi.
I wish to now talk about some diagnostic tools as instruments supporting some conscious promotion or motivation of human capital as something that improves, strengthens the awareness of an employee and also a leader. Every organization can have its own diagnostic tools that are just tailor-made to the needs of the organization. But tools that support the development of human capital. There is a tool and concept covering all possible skills and capacities, as many as 17 of them. Based on this tool, we can find out which leader can have what influence, what extent of influence on the team, and whether the team would be successful with this leader or not, or whether the team would, or its effort would just come to a standstill. Speaking about best practice, I held an interview with the family of founders of the LPP company, a Polish-based clothing business. LPP also uses a number of tools, custom tools, to find out who they work with, but also they try to identify best fashion designers in the market, and their designs become leaders. They have several thousand such projects every year.
What is very important from the point of view of organizations management, together with the sustainable development strategy and human capitals management in the organization, strongly accented and integrated, is the fact that the organization as such, within the scope of human capital development in the context of sustainable capital trains its leaders, fashion designers, in responsible design of clothes from the materials sourced from sustainable sources. They take care of safe and secure workplaces in the factories, their collections made in the number of countries of the world. And all these are the subject of strict audits that are associated with management strategy. And a practical inspiration is what I'm sharing at the moment within the scope of good practices example. I believe it was an inspiration for you so that you can create bespoke organizations, targeted tools, a competitive element in the context of other organizations. Thus, we can try to manage the human capital in a responsible way and propagate sustainable development in the organization, which might be very beneficial for our employees and social and economic aspect. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much. We do apologize for the problems. Very interesting topic, and I believe this will be an inspiration for our guests, for the guests of our conference. This sustainable development concept, please note that it has popped out in the thematic block on numerous occasions. There have been different words used for that. We have heard about CSR, when we heard about the growing awareness with regards to environment protection. We have heard lifelong learning and the role of the employee in today's different organizations. Thank you very much. And the floor goes to Doctor. The floor is yours. So you have 1.5 lecture. These technical problems might be compensated with questions. Anybody willing to ask a question? Online participants? Neither? Unless you want to add something? No, I'd like to say thank you. The possibility of presenting here has been my privilege, and I do support the mission. That is the integration and interdisciplinary character. I believe that this is a very interesting direction, scientific activity designed to share your experience. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure listening to your lecture, and I hope that we'll be meeting at consecutive conferences. The floor is yours, madam. And last but not least, Angelika Czajkowska, University of Economics in Krakow. I hope Angelika is with us. Hello, here I am. And she'll be speaking about employees' loyalty in ICT sector in pandemics. So very much up to date. My name is Angelika Czajkowska. I'm a PhD student at University of Economics in Krakow. Can you see the screen that I'm sharing? Oh, it's wonderful you can see it. So, without any further ado, shall I commence my presentation by focusing on employees' loyalty in the pandemic period. The research has been quite extensive. Loyalty in IT, in pandemics Does it increase or not? What I'm going to present is the agenda. Few words about ICT sector in Poland, employer branding and loyalty, then some information about motivators and aspirations for ICT sector, and discuss this before and during the pandemic time, and I will wrap up with a short summary. The first part, ICT sector in Poland. This is quite a specific one. It offers high remuneration and good development prospects at the beginning of the career. Until now, this has been a very popular business sector, with employees market being quite noticeable. This determined cooperation conditions, and these were the companies that incentivized the prospective employees to join the organization, like high remuneration and lots of benefits like life insurance, flexible working time, and well-equipped office. Not always have the bonuses been an incentive to switch job to find new employment. It's worth mentioning that ICT sector specialists want to develop, want to become familiar with new technologies, work dynamics, changes of projects, lack of monotony are very important. Despite pandemics, 44% of organizations' income has improved. Our lifestyle has largely contributed towards development of different areas like distant telemedicine, streaming, and conferences online. ICT sector's organizations were the subject of transformation too. They have changed their operational format by implementing distant or teleworking mentioned in other presentations on top of teamwork. The companies that have had to limit their operational activities use this time in order to develop their cooperation with existing clients and improve their business processes, which was also important. They had to give up on business sector events organizations, which make it possible to establish direct contacts between the investors and the enterprises. There's been lower risk openness from the side of investors. This is ICT sector in Poland, statistical data analysis. A vast majority of ICT specialists are men. Speaking about their age, the biggest number, 26-30, the consecutive two groups, 21-25 and 31-35 years of age. Therefore, these are quite young people who have already attained a success in their business sector. Speaking about city-to-city analysis, with the greatest number of ICT sector specialists, also Kraków, Wrocław, Silesia, and Tri-City clusters, big cities in Poland, analyzing the positions they occupy with regards to their experience. First and foremost, mid-level specialists, seniors, and the number of juniors, 23%. Quite a big one, which is in line with what was presented in the previous slide. Speaking about employer branding and employees being loyal, let me present employer branding definition. This is all kind of communication activities in the organization in the internal and external employment market. Therefore, organization is perceived as the one you want to work in. This is the creation of the image of a company as a good employer. The organization wants to get a strong brand as the organization as such. The employee branding use is associated with benefits created by organizations, be it at the personal sphere, greater motivation, loyalty of employees, greater rotation, but there are also benefits associated with brand building, brand enhancement. So strong employer's brand and the products on offer. These activities are substantial. These are the basis for brand development. As a consequence, they create a clear vision and increase the retention within the organization scope. What is also very important is the creation of clear communication and non-biased brand communication, because this makes the company's position credible in the market. As the consequences, the information acquisition cost decreases with regards to the employer's potential, so that the candidates get credible and clear image of a company, and they will not waste time becoming familiar with the brand identity and analysis, and therefore the lead-in time before joining the organization is much shorter. There's a greater employability, and this is the key part of my presentation. Employees being loyal to the company. This is the factor that has been mentioned before. This kind of employee is to observe norms and standards in small and bigger groups of people, as well as in the work environment, in the team of people. Being loyal means observance the social norms and organizational norms. One of the loyalty norms is the one associated with a member. So this is the will to stay in a workplace for a specific period of time and full involvement in the activities they've been assigned to. It is conditioned by the discipline, the observance of norms and standards and regulations, and it conditions the employees' perception of the employer. So this can be clearly defined as the relation between the employer and employee that is conditioned by specific benefits, because they are into their development and success. But the employer also expects the employee to devote time to the organization and meet professional requirements. This is conditioned by many factors: interesting job, good and appropriate flow of information, involvement of the employees, independence in the workplace, and human-to-human relations. In the further part of my presentation, I'm going to show you the aspects related to the ICT sector. I'd like to indicate that the employers look for talented but also loyal employees. So this is one of the elements that determine the workplace, the organization, the company's standpoint. What is also associated is the involvement. So how much they are ready to commit themselves to the work, how happy they are with the workplace, are content. Therefore, an employee that is not happy with the work they do will not be the devoted employee, which will translate into insufficient work performance that does not bring the effect. The motivators and aspirations in the ICT sector. These are the professional aspirations of the business insiders in this sector. As you can see here, the most proliferate answer was that they want to be experts, but they do not want to manage a team. They want to develop and manage people. They want to have their own startup. So what employees find really important is the development and acquisition of new information, new knowledge. What are the impediments in this process that have been indicated by the employees? Multitasking, ad hoc things, meetings and work in the open space. When you do away with these hurdles, employees may not want to switch the organizations and stay in yours. What are the professional priorities of ICT sector? They put development high on the list of priorities, and there are two others: money and people. The key aspects the employer should pay attention to provide for the best work options for the employees. Speaking about being loyal in ICT sector before pandemics, employees were very happy with the work they were doing because on the scale 1 to 10, they scored 5, quite high. Other answers, most proliferate ones, 4 and 6, are content with your work, so pretty high. There were motivators to stay in the organization were as follows: good atmosphere, flexible working hours, good remuneration, technical development, and freedom of business activities. These are the aspects that were presented in the course of employer branding presentation. So it has found another confirmation of the fact that these activities, such as flexible working hours and good atmospheres, are of great importance for employees of the ICT sector. I do apologize. If you could conclude. Further information, speaking about employees' loyalty in pandemics, employees, not only from IT sector, but from other business sectors, were quite eager to give up on certain things, whatever was associated with pandemic's time. They were ready to give up on certain aspects that were very important for them, that used to be the motivators to act on and develop. What is also important, pandemic can contribute towards further involvement of employees associated with employment stability. They were ready to give up on more, and employers should present up-to-date information in order to reduce the uncertainty level among employees and keep them posted on an ongoing basis with regards to what is happening in the organization. The employees market mentioned before was questioned about that moment. Despite this fact, they would like to, the organizations should keep partnership relations and provide for professional development of the employees that I find very important. Employees also in pandemic times want to have their career path planned and support in exercising their professional duties. I don't have time to present details regarding ICT market situation in the pandemic's time, what that was like. When speaking about coronavirus impact on remuneration ICT, however, this is the wrap-up of all the knowledge presented in the scope of the presentation. Speaking about the recapitulation, the ICT sector is becoming more and more popular. Employees market, the possibility for the employees to develop. 67% of ICT and telecommunication business sectors declared that they enjoy employment security. 75% of them were pretty content with the work they were doing. Most of those employed believe that the pandemic didn't have a great impact on their remuneration and work conditions, but they do realize that there might be a smaller demand for people in this business sector. During the pandemic time, the employees' involvement may increase, but you need to bear in mind the fact that the involvement may be caused by the pandemic-related fear and the fact that some workplaces have been done away with. In the pandemic time, they are ready to sacrifice like a greater extent of distant work or teleworking. There's a smaller demand for ICT professionals, which is associated with the lifestyle change in the society. And telemedicine, streaming are developing, video transmissions too. So in a nutshell, that was my presentation of the conclusions, to cut the long story short. And bibliography is also made available here. And thank you very much. Should you have any questions, do it. Thank you very much. Very interesting tabulation of the data and information on employer brandings in ICT sector. Any questions? Are there any questions? I cannot see any, none online. So, the last speaker in this series of presentations, would you please announce the speaker? I do apologize. The list of speakers has been exhausted. I looked at the initial one that I have had. We reached the end of the second thematic block. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. And this is the lunchtime. We are going to enjoy the break that continues until 10 to 3. We shall reconvene at that time, and there'll be a consecutive thematic block. So see you. Enjoy the break.
Halo, halo, jak mnie słuchać?
Raz, dwa, trzy. Coś się zamiotuje.
Zobacz, czego trzymasz.
Raz, dwa, cztery. 4, 7.
Kabinę mi wyłącz. Wyłącz.
Ha, 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 ha. 7, 7, 7, 8.
Tak, ale słucham. Dobry.
7, 7, 7, 7, ale poziom skakuje.
No. No. Tutaj do konferencji, tak? Tutaj w Lublinie, tak?
Ha, 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 ha.
Dobra.
Ja to jakieś kurwa zostawić.
To niech tak będzie. Dobra, dzięki, pozdrawiam.
Ha, 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 ha. O, nie, nie. Ha. Ha, ha, ha. Bo Denstera, bo naprawdę nie pójdzie, prawego nie może być mono, tylko na razie nie słyszę w ogóle swojego... Ha, ha, ha. Jak to kurde ustawili podsłuch? Ha, 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 ha. Ha, 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 ha. Ha, ha, ha. Ha. Muszę sprawdzić zmienię jeszcze jedną tytuł, zmienię program encoder. Puszczam teraz. Raz, dwa, trzy, 4, 5, 6, 7 wypuściłem. Raz, dwa, 3, 5, 7. 7, 7, 7. 7, 7, 7. Robię dalej? Ukazałem się ciąży. Widzę.
A jeszcze jedną rzecz sprawdź. Weź tutaj nie w OBS-a, tylko gdzie jest ta cholerna karta przechwytująca.
Jeszcze. To się zatrzymało. Zatrzymaj.
Weź ustawienie karty przechwytującej, to się napełniło.
Zaraz muszę zatrzymać się. Sprawdzę jeszcze tutaj, sprawdzę jeszcze. Większy bufor tutaj mamy. Większy może bufor 3,5. Ha, 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 rozpocznij stream. Raz, dwa, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7, 7, 8, 9. Co się stało? To mam paskudny internet.
To internet jeszcze gorszy jest? Bo przełączyliśmy na ten nasz...
Jest gorszy, jest dużo gorszy.
Gorszy jest?
Tak.
Skąd wiesz?
Bo widzę po klatkach ile wysyła. Podać po kilowita.
Dobra, włączmy z powrotem jak było. No. Chuja wysyła. A teraz?
Gdzie mam się przeprowadzić?
No ale przecież tam na Mazurach z tego internetu mobilnego hulowało. Poszło?
Czekaj, ja się zatrzymuję. Odświeżmy czy działa, jeśli internetowa.
Polecam Vinted, bo można tam znaleźć naprawdę masę fajnych skarbów. Bardzo lubię to, że ktoś inny może cieszyć się z ubrań, które ja kiedyś lubiłam.
Wstawienie. Zasłonić stream. 2, podłączam się. Raz, dwa, trzy, raz, dwa, trzy. Raz, dwa, trzy, cztery. Raz, jeden, dwa. 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 4. A już ten za duży, czekaj, zrobię jeszcze inaczej. Zrobię mniejsze strumienie. Raz, dwa, trzy, cztery, pięć, sześć. 7, 7, 7. 8, 9, 10 i co?
Dwie. Tak, spróbuj się do tej karty, dobra, zobacz.
Czekaj, bo spróbuję dołożyć na kartę.
Czego może być?
Jak się YouTube sprawdzimy,
Czy po prostu nie może dwóch tych lecieć na raz, na jednym kanale? A możesz zrobić ten stream tutaj na swoim kanale szybko?
to jest polski jest.
jesteście pod tym samym linkiem?
Nie wiem.
Puszcza się teraz?
Tak, bo one za chwilę wyskoczyły. No naprawdę są, może spierdolą.
Dobra, możemy pójść bez twój kanał? Na chwilę?
Mam nieskonfigurowaną tam, to się ma pojawić. O, zaplanowana, to spokojnie tu. Mowę, bo nie wyrabia. Ale normalna później, może nie wyrabia, skurwysyny.
Co teraz e-maile?
Teraz dostaję. Tak, słuchaj mnie teraz. Raz, dwa, trzy, raz, dwa, trzy. Raz, jeden, dwa, trzy, cztery, pięć, sześć, siedem. Nie wiem, czy się nie zmienił.
To możesz podać. Nie słyszę.
To sobie wpisz to w wyszukiwarkę i znajdzie. Raz, dwa, trzy. A, jeszcze rozpocznij. Mogę zacząć jeszcze. Rozpocznij. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Zaraz już muszę jeszcze coś poprawić.
Wysyłam na Facebooka. Mirek. Zmienił się link.
Wysłałeś się imi?
No. Tutaj. Raz, dwa, trzy, cztery, pięć. 5, 5, 5, 7. 5578. Tak, bo to jest normalne opóźnienie. Kurwa, dlaczego nie żarło?
Dobra, a możesz na chwilę puścić na tego, na Face'a?
Jak na Face'a? Mam transmisję na Face'ie zrobioną? Nie mam.
Ale na mojego na przykład. Czy nie? A teraz możesz stwierdzić, czy rozumiesz tutaj z tego OBS-a dobry głos wychodzi, czy nie bardzo? Czym możemy sprawdzić?
Właśnie nie mogę sprawdzić.
Słucham?
Nie mam jak tego sprawdzić.
A w gnieździe słuchawkowym powinno dobrze wychodzić? Komputera?
No właśnie, gdzieś mi nie wychodzi nic, kurwa. Nie wiem, kwestia skonfigurowania, co nic mi nie wychodzi. Mówię, że słuchawka nie mam niczego.
Widać, że to nie karta, tylko...
Ewentualnie mogę sobie sprawdzić, czy to wchodzi. Na miejsce zacznę, co wychodzi. Czy to się zapętli? Daj mi XLR-a, kogoś jakiegoś. XLR-a.
Dzień dobry. Ja za chwilę prezentuję, podobno do panów mam się zgłosić w sprawie jakiegoś podłączania sprzętu i tak dalej, i tak dalej.
Tylko prezentację.
A, na pendrive'ie? Okej.
Zobaczysz.
Zajdziesz na chwilę?
Przebrać trzeba tę prezentację.
Tutaj do mikrofonu prezentują, czy jak?
Tak, do mikrofonu.
Jest tam prezentacja i jest jeszcze filmik, który na koniec panów poproszę o puszczenie. Wszystko się zgadza? Wszystko tam jest?
Tak, to jest prezentacja
Tak. Tak.
Dobrze, oraz film M4T3.
Dokładnie tak.
Jeszcze są tutaj dwie prezentacje o łódźach oraz trzeci rozdział pracy.
To nie, to.
Pomijamy, dobrze.
Może tylko prezentacja, a potem filmik, ale to już na końcu powiem. I czy wy macie tutaj podłączenie do internetu, czy jak klikniemy tam na prezentację w link, to przejdziemy do przeglądarki, czy nie? Bo mamy pokazać jeszcze stronkę uczelni i...
Możemy tak zrobić?
Chyba tak, internet działa.
No, nie będzie raczej problemów, o ile wszystko dobrze nam puści.
1, 2, 1, 2.
Dobrze, to
Okej.
mamy już zgrane.
No, to za chwilę... Aha, będzie zgrane, dobra.
1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. Karta nie przepuszcza. 2, 2, 2. 2, 2, 2, 1, 2, 4, 5, 7. 7, 8, 9, 10. To jest z karty wyjście. To jest wyjście z karty.
To znaczy, że to nie...
Czy coś reaguje na samym streamie YouTube? ciszy. Ha, 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 ha. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. A, bo tu musisz dostać nowego linka teraz ode mnie, czekaj. Muszę dać link, kopiuj. Kopiuj do tego. No, sprawdzaj teraz. Raz, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7, 7, 8. Siedem, 8. Dlaczego to robię? Jeden, 2, 1, 2.
To jest ten taki największy.
Ten największy. To jest programy? Zaraz sprawdzimy. Wszelki wypadek dalej zaraz na punkt. Nie było problemu. A ten to jest program.
To jest chyba ten katalog prezentacji albo coś takiego.
Tak, już ukrywaliśmy. A to już teraz.
Raz, 1, 2, 2, 2, 2.
Na swoje prezentacje, na ostatnim wystąpieniu dzisiaj jedna jest w PDF, jest w PPT i chyba PDF będzie lepszy, nie?
Bartek, a jak na ten kanał puścić, żeby się nic nie włączyło? Na ten komputer puścić kanał polski. To
To jest sprzęga, mikrofon weź. Dobra.
Daj go. Jak na ten kanał puścić, rozumiesz?
Gdzie
Polski?
wziąłeś Maka? Daj mi Maka, jeszcze on inny pomysł.
Jaki? Ode mnie?
Tak, musisz go przez serwer bezpośrednio.
O właśnie. Trzymaj. Bartek. 1.
Bartek, można? Ja to tylko powiem w takim razie, żeby było słychać.
Szanowni Państwo, swoją prośbę kieruję przede wszystkim do tych, których jeszcze na sali nie widzę. Bardzo prosiłbym o udanie się do auli, gdyż za chwilę będziemy kontynuować nasze przemiłe spotkanie, a nasza kolejna prelegentka już czeka. Pozwolę sobie za chwilkę zapowiedzieć, natomiast chciałbym, żeby jednak ta frekwencja była większa.
Well, we are about to resume our session. I think we are still offline.
Proszę o gromadzenie się w sali, a tych, którzy są, o jej nieopuszczanie. Raz. Mnie słychać na pewno. Trzeba włączyć?
Raz. Dobrze. Czyli może pozaczynać, tak? Dokładnie.
Mogę zaczynać?
Witam Państwa po przerwie. Kontynuujemy nasze miłe i merytoryczne.
Welcome back after the break. Let's move on with our great meeting. Our next speaker is Aleksandra Hoffman-Wróblewska, who will speak about innovation in projects covering soft skills for students. Agnieszka is right here next to me, so she will tell you more, of course. And this is quite an interesting, exhaustive, and content-rich subject. This is pretty lengthy, but I believe this is worth the while for our listening. And Agnieszka Alexandra Hoffman-Wróblewska is not only a theoretician but a great practitioner, as you will see. After this lecture, we'll move on to segment 3 of today's meeting, and then we will close our session because, as you saw in our agenda, we wanted to socialize a bit this evening, but we are not going to. However, this part of the conference is only part 1 of a greater project, because we are going to continue in March next year. We are going to continue this travel, this shared effort. So after we complete the whole cycle of topics, we'll be able to make some conclusions. So stay alert, stay focused. Alexandra, the floor is yours. Welcome everyone in the room, and everyone listening offsite. I would like to talk about how to manage competence, why this is important, and tell you about the project and the origin of a project that we have completed as part of Erasmus Plus program. My presentation is already running. As one of participants of this project, one of the leaders of the project, we are in the Polish team, are the main partner of this project. This project has already spawned 2 products. One is Output 1, as we call it, which is Improve Your Teaching. It's a book for university teachers. This is already published on your website. You can download it, read it as a PDF file. And the other output, going back to the first one, Output 1 is the outcomes, or shows the outcomes of 4 partners: Germany, Slovenia, Portugal, and Poland. The aim of the work was to provide knowledge and skills to university teachers that will help them shape soft skills of students. Well, maybe if the name doesn't tell you much, now I will elaborate on this. The project brought together 4 partners: Germany, Portugal, Slovenia, and Poland. Each team contributed to Output 1, and this output is Improve Your Teaching, a publication that brings together different research carried out across Europe, showing how teachers can be supported, what tools they can have at hand. Before we move on to soft competence, just a few words about Output 2. Output 2 covers competence management. To be precise, how university teachers should teach students to find their way into the labor market, and are able to provide and design an attractive personal profile. So I believe that all of you have some competence, but as university teachers, you also teach some competence, and you must know what competence is necessary for your students, for graduates, to be attractive employees. So everybody has so-called soft skills, just to remind you. We have a list here. Interpersonal skills is another set of the same, and this is useful not only at work but sometimes also at home. So what does management have in common with soft skills, with interpersonal competence? Because this is something we've been learning since childhood. We also absorb it from groups, environments that we live in. So why is it important to be aware and manage them? Let's meet Basia. She will help you understand why competence management is so relevant and why university teachers should train students in soft skills before they enter the labor market. Basia is a student. She's great in language acquisition. She learns new cultures, new reality around her. She also travels. She's a great student, but she has a problem with the sciences. She's not able to grasp physics, mathematics, chemistry. So if she can learn really effectively, so how come she cannot master the sciences? So in other words, why is it that she can learn only a very specific material in a specific field, but not in the other one? So it was really eating her, so she decided to find out how best teachers, best professors teach the students. So how engineers teach the students. So she studied this problem and found out that it's memory that is very crucial here. So she decided to disintegrate memory to find out what happens in your head, in your brain, that some skills, some knowledge doesn't, in a way, come easy to you, but some other does. So this is what she found out about memory. She found out that memory was a way of absorbing information, but in the first place, we need memory to produce specific information just when we need it. So she went deeper into the subject, and she realized that human brain has such a big capacity that it doesn't have to struggle with overwriting information like sometimes you do on your hard disk when you are out of space. In a human brain, the capacity is almost impossible to measure. It can contain virtually every piece of information without deleting other ones. Another thing she found out was that it's very important that you should support the processes of information acquisition. For example, the way information enter your brain, like the way you learn, the way you sit or stand, the way you eat. So all this can be supportive to your learning and to your memory by extension. Some say that photos are the enemy of memories, but now we kind of absorb information differently. We take a lot of pictures, we make screenshots, we grab images, we capture images, instead of simply focusing on what we see. Instead, we are too busy with taking pictures, with taking images, so your perception isn't so sensitive, isn't so efficient as if when you wanted to just memorize what you see and kind of fossilize it in your brain. Another thing that is very important is the sense of smell, because your mind builds up associations. When you witnessed some event, when you took part in something and you could smell something, or you used other senses to experience the situation, your mind will bring it back to you much easier. So you will have your favorite song associated with some event, you will have your smells associated with places, people, or events. Speaking about the capacity to memorize, studies show that the best moment for memory is between the age of 30 and 34. This is when your memory can absorb the most, or the biggest volume of information in a short time. Later on, something like recognizing people's faces, this skill starts to fade away, and after you're 70, you don't remember half of the faces of people you used to know before. Especially if you don't exercise your memory, then it will simply vanish or simply deteriorate much faster. Alcohol doesn't erase your memories. And Basia, our student, she learned during experiments that alcohol doesn't erase your memory because your brain has a capacity that cannot be reached, so your memories never disappear. What alcohol makes to your nervous system, it makes it difficult to keep your memory or put it together, but it doesn't mean you have forgotten it. So, as regards memory, we have already several pieces of information. First, your memory needs certain stimuli, let's call them anchors, that it may rely on to bring some memory back. So these are memory anchors. A scientist, Mr. Bradley, conducted an experiment. He put a group of students underwater in a pool and just fed some information to them. After they went up to the surface, they were requested to restore the set of information provided underwater. Well, only about 1/3 of them were able to do it. Because when underwater, they were too stressed and they just struggled for breath and couldn't focus on anything else. But when they put the students again underwater, when they submerged them, they were able to bring all that knowledge back. Why was it so? Well, memory anchors help your memory because it will find some spots, some points in your memory. If you, for example, recreate certain setting or environment in which you memorize something, you are able to bring this piece of memory back. So this is so important that, for example, when you practice for a presentation, you should really stand or walk like on a stage, because later on you'll be able to recreate this setting. Or when you learn for an exam, you should also try to find a way to imitate the actual setting of your exam room. Another thing is memory management, because you want to use the memory when you want it and not just have access to it at random. So how to create these anchors, how to make them? For example, you can wear a similar outfit, or you can adopt a similar posture. When you need to bring some information back, you need certain symbol or token with you, like a glass of water on your desk that later on you will bring with you to an exam. So something that will help you learn and make your brain create anchors. Now, speak about some abbreviations. This sentence has all the letters scrambled here. Every word is spelled incorrectly, but for some reason we can read it without any mistake. We can understand it. So these shortcuts, these anchors, this is just another set of activities that the brain can do to process information, because your memory doesn't remember just everything. It remembers some keywords or keys, some catchphrases, slogans, so that later on it can build the whole body of information out of this map. Now let's test what we can do with this picture. Who is this in the picture? Can you recognize this person? I believe yes. Later on, let's move on. This is, well, yes, of course. Now, who is it? Yep, you're right. Well, let's skip politics, but this time I suppose you're right too. Let's go back to Basia. Basia knows very well how memory works. She knows all the secrets of memory, so she can understand one element in this learning process. So she keeps searching. Now she's aware that what she doesn't know or knows little about is attention or focus. Focus is your ability to concentrate your mind, your brain on a specific moment or object, and also an ability to identify some stimuli from your environment, from your immediate setting. Our brain, speaking about focus, operates with two modes. One is focus mode, which resembles a narrow beam of light, and diffuse mode, like with diffuse beam of light. The difference is that, and well, we can say people already used it in prehistoric times, when your brain was able to switch from focus to diffuse mode. It helped you save your life when in danger. Now, when you're in a focus mode, only one small section of your brain gets activated. In the diffuse mode, there are many spots of your brain getting activated at the same time.
What kind of information can we derive from that? What's most important, the two modules, is the fact that it can be compared to this pinball game everybody's familiar with, I believe. Hit the ball and it stops somewhere between the elements that are closer or further from one another, and then it drops down. So this is the concentration of focus times that we compare to. When focused, our brain makes associations. It's in-depth activation of a small section of cells. When you are not concentrated, this ball hits different fields, different corners of our brain. This is what we know about focus, about attention. Therefore, Basia was able to answer the question why she was unable to learn the things she wanted to, but couldn't. Today, Basia is Barbara Oakley, engineering professor at Oakland University, the author of A Mind for Numbers book. She found the answer to the question. Basia knows what to do when we have competence and capability, not necessarily do we know how to manage them. How did that happen? In order to provide you an explanation how Barbie was able to redefine the competences and learning abilities, I need to diffuse the mistake. We all know what learning is. This is new information acquisition. No, learning is not new acquisition of information. This is association between the known and the unknown. Once the association has been created, we can place the information in our brain and store it for keeps. Such an association or a liaison is important for every kind of knowledge and competences. All we acquire, all kinds of intellectual and knowledge valor is stored permanently and can be recalled any moment. And this is what Barbie learned. Speaking about her inability, she was able to learn. You learn without any break. You learn from parents, from your friends, from one another. What is also important is learning time management. Switching between the two modules is by no means easy. Each and every one of us had a moment of focus that you needed, but the brain wasn't able to follow your orders. You wanted to have a moment to focus your attention, but you were unable, despite the fact that you're adults, that you can self-manage. It is about ability to manage these modes. In the case of Basia, she was successful. By learning what memory is, how human brain works in a learning process, she was able to dismantle to the ability to basic elements and manage the ability. She learned that these two modes exist, and she found out a method how to switch between the two modes whenever we want to, not when our body makes it possible for us to do. When does that happen? Learning has become more efficient, but it can be translated into our competences. A competence is first and foremost the thing we need in our professional life, coupled with knowledge, skills. This is what we learn. This is what academic teachers want us to have. Competence management is what makes it possible for us to align with any kind of professional environment. Let us proceed. Second output of the project. Science of teaching and learning. So this is teaching how to learn, in other words. We help our students to internalize the techniques. When Basia discovered how to use the ability she had it, but she only learned how to manage it, depending on her will and need. This can be referred to competence, all kind of competences. Stress management. What kind of competence is this? You all have this kind of competence in a better or not so good way. What if you cannot use it? What is analytical thinking if you are not motivated to enhance that? All kinds of soft and interpersonal competences have been developed to a certain degree. You have possessed the competences to a certain degree. You can develop them, but it does not mean that it will be used in a flexible way, because sometimes the environment promotes it. So when somebody has been perceived to be a shy guy, has got a natural gift for delivering presentations, and this person might be a wonderful blog author. It was just a coincidence or some kind of kind-hearted spirit that pushed this person in the right direction. So the person found the bearings in this kind of environment. It is us who should be able to manage our competences. When we are able to manage ourselves, we are able to align with all kind of professional environment and share the competences with others. Barbara Oakley, Barbie, we are discussing here. When she found this interdependency of learning, created a method and gave it a thorough description in the book, how to switch between brain modes. So this is the project all about, this interdependencies. The output topics are known to all of you. Teaching to learn and the role of competences in future professional life, shaping learning competences among students, learning by doing, activation methods for learning, educational projects for educational and didactic integration, an assessment which supports a pupil in an autonomous process of learning. I believe that many of you know the notions presented here. Not only that, you are also hands-on practitioners. What is important is finding ways and techniques, the toolbox, which make it possible to develop the competences in a student. What comes as a difficulty is the fact that everybody is individual. It's difficult to take up this category. It's difficult to say that this very competence is very important for the student in this very line of studies, that they feel in their element, that it completes and fulfills the professional profile so that future employers find it attractive. It's difficult, but competence can be managed. The project output is here to teach you the method and competences you may partially know, and therefore you can shape soft competences among students. You can teach them how to manage these in a flexible way. No matter what kind of professional situation they come across, they are able to align very quickly without any adaptation problems. When their competitors might push them away from that position. There are 5 modules, and each knowledge content module includes an introductory film. You'll see the example. Knowledge content, 10-page nutshell knowledge presentation you can refer to. It's got a theoretical backup, a multimedia presentation on the knowledge bit of the module, training script and materials. If you had the chance to offer this competence training to your own students in a workshop, so we've got materials available, and knowledge test. We've got 5 modules. So we've got some materials, each of which has got content bit with logo of our project. On top of that, participants' material and the teacher's script for those who might want to chair a workshop. It will be available on the website that has been developed, almost complete. Support. If you can click on that bit. This is the website. Could you scroll down? The first course on Poland, Slovenia, Germany. You've got a module here. 5 modules. And there's one topic attached to each of these. One of these is clickable and therefore active. And you'll find materials I was speaking about. Let's not play it yet. Multimedia presentation and training materials. You can see the film on the website. I'm going to present you 2.5-minute film from other module on project management, so that you can see the methods to boost and manage competences. So let us see the film. Project communication, one of the most extensive project scopes, formal and informal. Project and project-related content. It is important to plan the communication. The teacher's role, whenever they learn and teach in an educational project, is to create a communication way to make the information clear and comprehensible for everybody. We start with analysis of the content and assignment of roles, as well as selection of the method of knowledge transfer. Who needs the information, what's the time to deliver it, and how to deliver it. Information needs assessment, and specification of communication tools is a success factor for the project. At the end of the day, you need to identify the stakeholders of the project, be it a person or a group interested in it and its results. Project organization, the role and competences of people are associated with the communication. Before you start, you describe people as responsible for tools, those you have the knowledge about. You need to answer the number of questions. How detailed is the information? When the information is transferred? How? From whom? For whom? The organizer of the group assigns tasks according to predispositions. Otherwise, it would be impossible to have any task. Regardless the phase, it streamlines the workflow and leads to success in project-based educational teaching scheme. This is attached to every module. There's 15 films all in all, and other materials presented here. That's it from me. Thank you very much for your attention. competence management, I hope it will be easier for you. Thank you very much. And have a nice day. Will be the whole panel. So stay tuned. Thank you very much. Our speaker deserves a round of applause for this clear and concise lecture. There might be some questions. Do not go away. We've got Professor here. Here goes the microphone for you to grab and ask your question. A wonderful presentation. Congratulations of the idea. I've got a question. We've been speaking about Slovenia, Spain, Portugal. Oh, I was daydreaming speaking about these nice countries. Do we have bilateral contracts with Slovakia, Czechia, this Prague Czech University and Technical University, Matej Bell University, Liptovský Mikuláš Academy? Can't we enter this kind of cooperation owing to the fact that we have bilateral cooperation? I'm able to answer the question partially. 4 partners that take part in the project, they have a different description of different aspects. We're describing soft competences management among students. It will be translated into English, and partners will be translating into their own national languages, so that every university that is a project partner has got an access to their contact. Quite possible it can be distributed further on. At the moment, the materials that I have presented are available in English. So if we want to present it at other universities, well, it is possible. Does this answer your question? The speaker is not using a microphone, therefore we cannot translate into English. We do apologize for any inconveniences. Yes, indeed. Materials are available for us in Polish, but translated into English too. Thank you very much. Are there any other questions? Some of the online participants might have a question. I cannot see any. Thank you very much, madam. Ladies and gentlemen, and we've reached this point when we are opening another thematic section of our conference, chaired by Professor Grzegorz Marcin Wójcik. I know that he's already in the building, not in the lecture room, so we need to wait a moment. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me use this opportunity. The good news you may not have heard. I received the information in the course of our meeting. Today's conference will see the continuation on our consecutive meeting in the second part of March. So be active, preparing your presentations. Save the date for the conference. Although we are half a year ahead of the conference, your scientific life needs things to be organized beforehand. And half a year time will be brought together. We won't be dividing it into online and offline groups located in different places in the world. I hope we'll be able to take part in our joint project realized by our higher education institution, University College of Enterprise and Administration in Lublin, that is open for this kind of projects in the matter of management innovativeness, we will carry on activating scientific milieus. Here's Professor, and let us join us at the high table because you'll be moderating the session. Have a rest. I mentioned that we are opening the new panel. I wish to hand over the baton to the hands of Professor. Nice to see you. And I'll offer you the floor. Would you please announce speakers who are ready and eager to speak? And I hope they will deliver the presentations. Without any doubts, these presentations will be equally interesting as those in two previous blocks. Without any further ado, the floor is yours.
Bardzo serdecznie. Hello, everyone. It's a great pleasure and honor to be part of your event and to be able to chair this final segment of today, which seems to me really interesting, as all the parts of today covered before. Engineering and management, with a particular focus on IT. This is something that I am particularly attracted to as a field. We have two on-site and two off-site speakers. I believe that we are going to start with online presentations. So the first speaker is Kinga Krupcała, who will speak about CRM, assisting organizations in e-business, especially in the SME segment. And just to remind you, because some people have joined us only recently, if you want to ask a question, you can do it after the speaker. Raise your hand, and people who are online can do it also by either chatting to us or indicating their willingness to do it. Our first speaker, Dr. Krupcała from the University of Bydgoszcz. All right, so can you hear me? Please respond, yes, because I'm not sure. Well, I wanted to introduce you into my subject, that is CRM, as a tool assisting in work organization in companies providing e-services. So CRM is customer relationship management software that you should know, I believe. But today, CRM is not only about customer relationship management, but also, or even primarily, it's about the management of the entire organization, because CRMs contain more complex and multiple components, sometimes even taking over the work of other systems. For example, production planning or resource planning. Even taking some tasks of ERPs. There are also all-in-one types of system like SAP Business One that also cover all systems that I have just enumerated. Well, contemporary CRMs have multiple components, such as the management of sales chances, but also business partner knowledge base, work coordination, different analyses, product catalogs, and more CRMs are also mobile applications used as internal message engines or communicators to transfer tasks, messages, or instructions. Based on Eurostat, the number of organizations in the EU using CRM has been about the same for 4 years, which is about 20% of all enterprises. In Poland, this was 12% in 2017, but up to 16% in 2019. So Polish companies seem to be getting more and more interested in CRMs. The European average is about 19%, with Poland reaching the level of 21%. Companies basically understand that such improvements are essential to their operations, especially if they want to become more transparent as businesses or improve their communication. They can also see that this has a measurable influence on the results and marketing campaigns. During the COVID pandemic, this is also essential because people work from home, which is nothing new to many e-businesses, because many companies in this segment have been working this way for long, but still this is translating into sales results and marketing in a very beneficial way. So companies use the internet extensively and transfer some of their operations online, and they realize that if they are not online, they don't exist. It's like sometimes you say with people who are not on Facebook. Well, this is unfortunately true also with enterprises. If you work with a business, or if you are about to work with a business, first you check online what this business is about, who they are, what they do, whether they are reliable. So based on GoCaddy and Redshift research, about 60% of companies from the SME sector don't have their own websites, which seems like there's still a lot of room here to be covered. And for some years, e-business has been growing very rapidly, while e-commerce is in fact a response to the needs of more and more consumers, who are very happy to jump on this opportunity to shop online or to do many activities online, which particularly now has gained in importance, let alone attractive prices offered online versus in traditional brick and mortar stores. So almost every device that can access the internet can be used for this purpose. Now, working models are also changing, not only because of the COVID pandemic, but this is a general trend. From stationary work, people are shifting to online or remote work. So the benefits are that you can move flats. It doesn't matter really where you are. You can still work for the same employer, even abroad. You save time on the commuting, which is great for some people. who have to commute, for example, in Warsaw, when you need about an hour to 1 hour and a half to reach your destination, both ways. Also, companies do not need to rent extensive office space. And now there is a new system of subscription of offices, traditional offices. You can rent a place for a couple of hours, a couple of days, only when you need it. So people work from home and only go to work for 1 day, for example, and they spend time in an office space that has been rented or just rented for some time by the employer. And millennials today, they have also requirements and needs that companies need to face that also fall within the current trends. For example, online customers can not only learn about some organization, they will also be able to buy products. They will be able to have a look at the products. Like, for example, you can buy shoes without leaving home, by fitting or trying shoes on virtually without leaving your room. And companies also keep their help desks around the clock, so the customer can anytime make a call and talk. And people basically expect answers immediately. So even emerging companies, new companies, they even write people back or call people back late at night. So their own personnel responsible for the social media answer questions any time of the day, which, as far as I know, produces very positive results, because then the customer can see that the company is very serious, they treat them seriously, and they are very involved in providing good quality service. Now, speaking about research objectives and gaps, speaking about objectives, I wanted to find out the benefits of CRMs in companies, especially when it comes to the improvements in company organization, with particular focus on SMEs. But I have realized that the literature on the subject doesn't offer too many sources on CRMs and their influence on the organizational aspect of a company. So I don't mean sales or marketing or some other segment of operation. So what what free CRMs are available on the market? What do they offer? And what organizational challenges e-businesses face, and how they can manage it through an implemented CRM. So how can we help such problems in organization? Well, if an e-business relies on IT tools, so that's why I keep calling it e-business, online or electronic business, then there are a number of IT tools that help, that assist running such organizations. There's a plethora of systems available on the market, including CRMs, that can be helpful in organizing the operations of small and medium organizations. It's not only about customer relationship management. These tools can coordinate daily work, they facilitate information exchange or workflow. CRMs actually can become a knowledge base for all employees. They improve communication, they help delegate tasks, they generate reports, they keep timetables. So as a result, all in-house processes are better organized, plus it translates in a positive way onto sales and other activities. Well, CRMs are limited. I mean, free CRMs have limited capabilities. They can't resolve all problems, all challenges that small enterprises face. And they have their own, they have their pros and cons. At the beginning of, I'm sorry, we have 3 minutes left, Doctor, so go ahead. So for companies that haven't had any IT tools supporting their organization, even free CRM will probably do the trick. But to make CRM really useful in a company, there are several conditions to be met. First, it must be a tool accepted and owned by all employees. It should be adopted as the basic tool of work. Sometimes personnel in the same company get in touch with one another face-to-face or via messengers, communicators, but now there is one platform to handle all this, which streamlines the whole communication, which is already a success for the company. For companies at the early stage, of course, it's a very important decision about the selection of the best CRM that will meet all the needs of the organization. So what are the qualities of a good CRM? So a good CRM, recommendable CRM, should bring all the information into one location, one space. It should be able to offer modules that are tailored to the needs of an organization. And, well, the IT market offers the whole array of choices, and there is no ideal solution. If you want an ideal solution, then preferably you should produce your own CRM. But bespoke or custom CRMs are very expensive. Well, but it seems that at some stage of companies' growth, they come to a conclusion that free CRMs are no longer the case, are no longer useful, so they seek new possibilities. Companies sometimes trying out different demos, they can even get discouraged with the entire idea of CRM. But basically, they come to a conclusion that one way or the other, either we need it or we don't need it at all. Free CRMs, there's quite a huge number of solutions, just to mention a few on the screen. The ranking of best CRMs in 2019, LiveSpace tops the list, but there are also a few other that are recommendable. Well, if you need more information, feel free to have a look at my article. So thank you for your attention. I will be happy to take questions. Thank you. Thank you, Doctor, for your presentation. Given this new normal that we're in, we are very happy with such a reliable and good quality connection. So thanks God we have it. So thanks again for this presentation. So this may not be over. If we have questions, then go ahead. Yes, one hand up. Go ahead, Doctor. Well, I have a question, Doctor. In your presentation, you talk about CRM as an IT tool in the first place. And my question is, if a CRM we understand as, on the one hand, software, a piece of software that can help an organization put their operations together, then what about another meaning of CRM, which is the change of orientation or change of focus of the organization, meaning the focus on customer. Can you comment on this, and whether CRMs can be implemented as a philosophy and not as software? Doctor? Referring to the first part of the question, the basic function of CRM, which is customer relationship management, this is, of course, helpful, and this will continue to be helpful because in the first place you need effective communication between the organization and customers. This is what the CRM can do. On the other hand, all proposals are submitted to customers. They're all stored in one place. You don't need to lose it or look for it in some other places. Everything is in one place. Plus, we have access to analytics. In other words, what our cooperation with the customer is like. So this customer-focused approach is absolutely necessary. I can't imagine a company, a successful company, without this customer-oriented attitude, because customers make companies move forward. Let's face it. So that's even the basic features of a CRM are very useful. And the other part of the question, can you have a CRM without the actual software? Well, CRM is a system in the proper sense, although it doesn't have very demanding hardware requirements. You can even run a CRM as an app on your smartphone. And much depends on what solution you're looking for. In this article, I also covered some advantages and disadvantages of certain CRMs. Some CRMs open slowly on portable devices, so some people will never use it. If they need to wait half a minute, a couple of minutes for the system to get up and run. And CRM is also not a very complicated solution, because some people may think this is a very elaborate, very complex feature. Far from it. Basically, every employee should be able to operate a CRM regardless of their experience or position in the company. So I believe I have been able to answer your question. Thank you very much. We are pressed for time, so we've had 2 questions already. So if there is anything left to be said, we need to leave it till later. Thank you again.
Dziękujemy bardzo.
Thank you very much indeed, Professor. Let us continue. The floor is yours. You are the moderator. The consecutive presentation delivered through technical devices from the Royal City of Krakow. Engineer MSc Paulina Gackowiec from AGH University of Technology will be speaking about Management Industry 4.0 era, predictive features that support decision-making process. Would you please stick to the time allocated, because me and Professor are ruthless when it comes to agenda observance. Thank you very much indeed. Good afternoon. My name is Paulina Gackowiec, and I'm thrilled to be able to be a part of this conference on the modern trends in management. I am 88 University of Technology PhD student, and we will be speaking about Industry 4.0 era prediction techniques for decision-making processes. Should there be any technical process regarding the vision or sound, just let me know. So we can proceed. One thing needs opening. I do apologize. So there's a break, or are we offline? Strange things have already happened here. I do realize. So let me leave the presentation on in order not to ruin my connection, because there might be some problems with my internet line. I hope you can see the presentation on. Yes, we can see that. So let's proceed. A word of introduction. The objective of my work is to discuss the perspectives related to analytical techniques in machines. I have distributed it over 5 points. Theoretical background, 4.0 industry, machine maintenance strategy and data analytics. What follows is predictive maintenance, being the main topic of my dissertation, and then review of analytical techniques which can be utilized for company management from the point of view of company stock management. Then some predictive maintenance approach utilization, and briefly I'll discuss the methodology for predictive maintenance in company, and a short wrap-up and conclusions to finish off. Why have I decided to tackle this topic? We can observe the changes in industry, new capabilities about the processes and streamlining managerial activities. What is important is 4.0 concept that impacts the development of companies. It's a new vision of running a business in different operation zones. 4.0 main idea is comprehensive end-to-end data analysis to be used in production processes. By principle, the chances and the perspectives are related to monitoring in online mode, maintenance, advanced methods development, data collection and analysis in vast quantities, and increased awareness of managerial staff that more and more often see the need to ameliorate and streamline production and maintenance methods. On top of that, there is yet another pillar that supports my decision, the reliability question. So activities, maintenance activities designed to minimize the number of outages. Outages analysis were tackled long before 4.0 industry advent as key elements for efficiency of activities. This is still an up-to-date problem, and all the methods and techniques that are related to automation and digitization of processes are designed to improve quality of activities. So this is the background, the element that I wish to refer to in my presentation. Maintenance strategies. The company's objective, well, at least one of many, is to provide for top efficiency. All kinds of outages and breakdowns and unplanned events impede the proper workflow in a company. In order to keep up the workflow and eliminate unwanted events requires a reliable method for maintenance. Maintenance refers to all kinds of procedures, be it planned or unplanned, designed to provide top availability of production means. As we can observe in the slide, there is corrective and preventive maintenance. The first of these, corrective maintenance, are all kinds of activities that follow unwanted event, all kind of corrective measures to increase the efficiency of an appliance. The simplest one. However, this makes production unpredictable and changeable. Prophylaxis or predictive maintenance, most often used in companies at the moment, all kind of service and repair activities according to the time schedule. We base on the producer's data or simple parameters we are able to outline for machine characteristics. The status of appliance maintenance. As the name indicates, you make measurements. You are able to check the work environment temperature, and corrective activities decision depends on a specific criterion or experts' knowledge or producers' feedback. And these activities are started based on the state and condition of the appliance. And the fourth, predictive maintenance. More advanced strategy because it is based on state assessment. We base on models and rules which have been developed on the basis of data pools that include many variables and phenomena. Therefore, we are able to create a model which may give you ahead information of possible unwanted or unpredicted failure. Data analytics. In the maintenance strategy context and 4.0 industry assumptions, we should mention a number of techniques we can use. Data analytics, we may indicate the specific levels. Descriptive analytics that provide information about the future event and indicates quantitative relations. Diagnostic analytics, most detailed. We look for some regularities and try to find the answer to the question why this particular event has taken place. The core event, the source, the root cause of the event, normally used for not complex and quite obvious dependencies. Predictive maintenance, the third element of this pyramid, is supposed to answer the question what may happen. Many variables and events that may condition future event, which is considered its main advantage. And prescriptive analytics is the last attitude, and it comprises all known scenarios and factors to foresee consequences of decisions and indicate the optimal way to prevent. These methods come in sequence. We cannot jump to the top tier without actually defining all previous ones. 5 minutes left, Paulina. 5 minutes! All right. Predictive.
Czyli to, na którym chciałam się głównie skupić w mojej pracy.
What I wanted to focus in my paper, there is great advantage of this. use of advanced data analytics for benefits for the company. These are listed on the slide, related to the operational level, services on time, development of the model that is aligned with a specific appliance and the number of working hours, the failures we could not have discovered without ongoing monitoring, and the other side, perspective management one, maintenance reduction, higher control, smaller stock of spares, operator safety increase, and efficient and effective tools for reasoning. To save time, let's focus on the practical aspect presented on a slide. I'll tell you more about predictive system implementation, which comprises 5 steps. First of this being the effective utilization of the data. You need to recognize the system you are analyzing and requirements for specific machines, maintenance requirements. Another element is to define resources you need for technical services and procedures that are required should an unwanted occurrence takes place. A company defines prediction models that are implemented into the decision-making system. A further step, an inherent element of predictive maintenance, infrastructure, monitoring, implementation, and last, feasibility study with the reference to the costs of the method we apply. Data characteristics. This is the example. This is a data pool that I used for my paper. These are the status codes in a machine and time stamp. These signals go into a database as follows: the timestamp and the status that is number coded. I used another data pool that explains the codes in the system. Kind of event distributed over different levels, information, warning, failure, or no communication. As you can see, there is predictive maintenance example. In my article, I analyzed the sequence of events that preceded 2 failures of similar nature, looking for patterns and dependencies which might set the basis for these alarm-raising events. There are the courses of sequences. There's 100 occurrences before a failure. Blue and red indicate 2 sequences, 2 alarms that were indicated on the machine. You can compare the courses. What is especially important is the last part. You can see events repeatability right before the alarm goes on. And the sequence may make us discover that interdependencies of the data from the sensors may indicate some failures well ahead they actually take place. This knowledge may make it possible for the people to react on time. And time to conclude. The key benefit for management as the result of a maintenance policy is the ability to see the failure well ahead so that you can minimize or prevent any negative outcomes. As the consequence, the company may lower the cost of their business activities, improve the stability of business activities, and lengthen the lifetime of the machines. So we are the following notions. Predictive maintenance has triggered development of number of methods for predictive maintenance. The analysis of the literature has indicated a whole array of predictive maintenance applications. This is the slide that I had to skip, and on top of that, The paper indicates chances and benefits for the organization that employ two-sided predictive maintenance, operational and production management ones. And a practical example, main steps that make it possible to employ predictive maintenance, actual data used for a specific machine before alarms were triggered. And thus, we have reached the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much for your presentation, almost ideally on time. We've got a moment to have a short question. I did like your presentation because in the times of AI search, big data analysis, data and data science, machine health problem, machine health protection, this is a real problem. So we've got an evident proof that it's happening in front of our eyes. How about a short question? Questions from the auditorium, online questions? I cannot see any. Online? No. Thank you, Paulina. Professor, let's continue.
Our third speaker, this time in the room, Dariusz Dobrowolski, Dr. Dariusz Dobrowolski, who will refer on the graph databases in supporting enterprise management. He will share some case studies. This is the result of research done by 3 universities, 2 from Lublin and 1 from Kielce. Well, I'll try to cast some light on the application of graph databases in management, enterprise management systems. I can see technicians are trying to put the presentation up. Once we have it, I'll just let you in on what was the original idea behind this research. So here is the subject and contributors, 3 contributors to this work, 2 persons from university and 1 student, a PhD student. And here is what we have discovered. This is just a quick look at the agenda. So 4 points to cover. So first about graph databases, then a case study, ArangoDB, then another case study to highlight the possibilities of graph databases, and I will close with conclusions. So a small catchphrase before we go, just to remind Steve Jobs's work and words. People don't know what they want until they see it, until you show them. So we're talking about a big amount of data that we are surrounded with everywhere. And I mean really, really big data. Some say about quintillions, so 10 to the power of 30. Now, we know that 20% of generated power in the world is consumed only to power databases. So if we had 5 big power plants in Poland, then one or two would have to work only to power database centers. So graph databases are databases using the structure of graphs with nodes, with edges, with qualities that help visualize data. If we wanted to see data, this would be hundreds of thousands of records and tables. We wouldn't be able to go through this. We wouldn't be able to process it and understand it. And I myself once used a tabular database where I couldn't see anything. It was totally illegible. Only when I visualized that data, I saw information and I understood it. And I was able to move on with working on it. Each of these databases has some advantages and disadvantages. Graph bases are the so-called SQL relational databases. It was the beginning of the 21st century where data started to grow so much that relational databases were able to contain them. So NoSQL databases were designed which are more scalable, more efficient. They support ACID transactions and of course the option of using free software, open software in practice. What about drawbacks or disadvantages? It's the question of security. This is a major challenge. There's a lack of support for multiple users, so no access for multiple users. Then there's the question of performance when data based on dates and figures are used. Then there's a lack of the so-called triggers. And well, they are relatively not popular. One of the types of graph databases is ArangoDB database, which is very specific. That's why we got interested in it. It's one of the few databases of NoSQL databases that supports 3 models of non-relational databases. So these are the basis of values, of documents, and data. So we have 3 models in one place. The beginnings of the application is 2011, the first release originally known as AvocadoDB. Later on, it was taken over to be named ArangoDB. Avocado is still there as a logo for this application. You can see this is really a database supporting documents, graphs, and the applications based on key value pairs. It has its own query language, ArangoDB language, declarative one, loosely related to XQuery structure. In this slide, we can see the capacity of the database. It shows how powerful it is. We have several types of relational databases, and each of these bases are quite popular. But at each level here, Arango DB is present and can be used regardless of scalability and complexity. We can also use it in NoSQL languages, once used in practice in networks. There's also the syntax similar to some other popular databases. After running the application, which is relatively simple, it is in a web form. You can log into a service online. You can see who is logged in, what database collections are available. As regards SQL, NoSQL collections, this is something I will show you in a moment. And this is something that is most relevant and understandable. Now, a case study. If we take an example of a piece of software that helps manage a company, most companies invest in IT tools. We can't imagine an enterprise without any software. In reality, probably such a company wouldn't be able to operate and do what they are supposed to do, plus online transactions, communication, and similar. So what we would like to show you is part of a thesis on the use of databases in enterprises. We have used here data provided by Marie University. However, 2 days ago, I learned we would not be able to use this data, to show you this data here publicly, but still we are able to demonstrate what we would like to demonstrate. So some differences between the SQL and AQL language. I'm not going to go into detail. However, you can see that in both cases we have similar naming convention, like index, database, document, column, or row. There are some differences here. Specifically, tables are called collections in AQL, rows, documents, and columns, attributes. That's the difference, main difference that we need to highlight here, and we need to take into account when designing new databases. So, how do we create these sets? We have created 2 sets, a set of users and a set of equipment. I can see this device is very sensitive, so we missed one slide. So we have users and equipment, and an example of queries, because queries go with every database. So a very simple example of a query. I'm not sure if you can see it. This query concerns what users are in the database. The database displays all information we need, and we have some filters available. So the query was the last name Dobrowolski. immediately the application returns the hit about a workplace of this person. And this is the result. Well, basically, this is very limited because we were not allowed to show you the full content of the database. So we have a piece of equipment and 2 users assigned to this piece of equipment. So we can very quickly identify equipment and who uses it, where it is, and also information about equipment which is not assigned to any employees. However, it was purchased and used within the university unit. So a few words of summary. I'm not going to tell you which database is better. Some solutions are more preferred in certain circumstances, some in another. Still, this field of science grows every 2 years. On average, we change operating systems, we change our hard disks, we change the power of CPUs, and each of these new technologies emerging on the market, each of these new solutions make processes implemented within a company reflect what can actually be done and how databases can be quickly processed, made available to any desired users. That will be it on my part. Thank you. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Doctor, for this presentation, for keeping the time. We have some minutes for questions, but before we take the first question from the room or online, I have a question on my own, and this is the first question from the room. In data science theories, we have data pipelines, but the question is whether you have tried to integrate it with the HD Apache system. They have a very similar database to MongoDB. My question is whether they can be somehow adapted to be used as a data mine for any science pipeline that we can get it connected with. Well, using some libraries, the application can access most databases. It has an adapter to Azure. It looks a bit like MongoDB. It can get connected to MongoDB and even further. At this point, this project has been suspended. However, we try to take a step further and have a look at even a more interesting solution and create a system of traffic management, because we can get connected to different databases, different pieces of equipment. Well, there is a nice tool, a Giraffe, which can help analyze graphs for traffic analysis and management. That could be really a good way to proceed. Well, I think we have no questions from the room, not online, so thank you, Doctor, for your paper.
And we have a lady speaker, Dr. Barbara Wyżykowska from University of Life Sciences in Warsaw, Technological Trends in Internal Communication of the example of the bank. The floor is yours. 15 minutes for you. Can you hear us, madam? This is the key question. Because we cannot hear you. We cannot see you either. But if you can hear us talking, do something. She's not with us. Are you ready to verify whether she was present a moment ago? Professor, ladies and gentlemen, my suggestion is let's proceed with a consecutive speaker and we'll return to Madam Speaker, Dr. So let's continue. Another person, Maria Bajak, from Jagiellonian University in Krakow. Ecological, social, corporate social responsibility and the Internet of Things. Hello. 15 minutes for you. I'm trying to switch the presentation on, but the computer says no. Can you see it? Yeah, wonderfully. I'm so happy. My name is Maria Bajak. I'm a psychology student in management at Jagiellonian University. Starting this month, I'm starting my work at the marketing department of Krakow University of Economy, and I'd like to deliver a presentation on ecological, social, corporate responsibility versus the Internet of Things. The European Commission defines CSR as the responsibility of the companies on their impact on the general public. As the result of the activities, it is to limit the impact of economic activity of these companies and creation of joint value for company owners and stakeholders and the company as such. The CSR company, by shaping its strategy, should include economy, sociology, and ecology. The latter is associated with the activities in reference to the natural environment. This is the wholeness of the initiatives to reduce the negative impact of business activity on the ecosystem. The company pays attention to ecological issues. These might be the ecological responsibility of companies, especially when we think about the Internet of Things. The Internet of Things was proposed by Kevin Ashton in 1999. He said it was the data collection system through the sensors that is designed to observe and identify, and in consequence to understand the world with the use of the computers. There's a technical problem, we cannot hear you. They couldn't hear you online a moment ago. Say something, please. Can you hear us? There is a standstill. I hope everything will return to normality. If you can hear us, put some communication on chat. Can you hear us? That's okay now. There might be some kind of data stop, data transfer stop. Consumer services that makes it available for him to use top quality services and minimizing negative impact on the environment. And the last area, competent environment to boost economic development and development of the company. The main objective of my presentation is to indicate the social responsibility concept and practical examples of realization. I cannot switch slides to the consecutive one, but the next slide shows you the objective of my presentation and case studies which were cherry-picked for the purpose of my presentation. So compliance with CSR, acting for the benefit of the natural environment, the use of Internet of Things, dissemination of possible solutions, and the perspective of technology development based on the experiences derived from the use of this example. I don't know whether I can switch the slide because the computer says no, but I'm going to tell you about these examples. The first example is the smart board, and smart board is about Hamburg port in the Netherlands. This is Hamburg is a very important port. It is very important for Europe's economy, at least those who are interested in economy as such. IoT solutions have been implemented. There are three logistic pillars: intelligent and smart port infrastructure, intelligent and smart flows, and flow of commodities. The sensors are located in the material assets of the port, which make it possible to monitor the use of assets and infrastructure, car and cargo flow management, optimization of cargo storage, and utilization of the maximum of capacities, anti-theft activities, and optimization of the resources that we have. Climate Street is another one, this one in Helsinki. This project brings together the cities, authorities, and local entrepreneurs. Within the scope of the project, one of the main trading streets was switched into an experimental lab to verify different solutions designed to protect the environment. The entrepreneurs, as well as the consumers, take part in experiments, workshops, and all kinds of pilot programs that are tested within the scope of the street. This has been refurbished for the purpose in order to limit its negative impact. CO2 emissions solutions were implemented. There is a special paving of the street introduced, rational lighting, logistics, and traffic within the scope of the street. Another example is taken from Poland. This is the LSAT system that has been created with the view of agricultural producers who try to have sustainable ones. The technology supports the decision for plant protection in farms and watering the plants in farms. They use sensors that monitor different parameters such as temperature, humidity of the air, and soil. Sensors also check salinity of the soil. The system also analyzes the external sources data like the wind speed, rains that impact the decisions with regards agri-technological procedures implemented. The soil and climate conditions, as well as automated pumping station, makes it possible to manage water resources at this very farm. There's yet another example. Tieto is a Swiss company that has created intelligent beehives. The company offers computer consulting. It is very active in bee protection campaigns. One of the measures introduced by the company was an experiment set of sensors in 2 beehives. As the results, the 160,000 bees population became a part of the Internet of Things. The sensor data is sent to external sensors to be analyzed on an ongoing basis live. The activities have been designed to limit the mortality amongst bees and recover their populations. Not only do they cover the species, but also improve well-being of the bees and helps to retain biodiversity. Sensors make it possible to measure the conditions inside the beehive, like the atmospheric pressure, humidity, and temperature. And on top of that, the sensors make it possible to control the population number, longevity of particular bees, and bee-related data. And AI algorithms are used for the purpose. And the communal systems in Salamanca province is yet another example. And this is the system that has been designed for rubbish pickup optimization based on Radovan 2 system. Waste bins have been equipped with sensors and the data on the occupancy of the bins is sent to the main database, and rubbish trucks routes have been optimized thanks to the sensors. Initially, it was 3,500 kilometers covered by rubbish trucks. That was limited, and now we have 2,000. Not only do we speak about rubbish collection, but also exhaust limitation, utilization of the fuel, and consumption of consumables and the equipment. The data can also be used for monitoring and the analysis of waste generation by the general public of the city. Based on the case studies that I'm unable to show you, but if you wish, you can get hold of my presentation upon request via email and give you a broad scope description of specific cases. As the result of these, I have singled out companies' activities that are for the benefit of the natural environment, and these activities utilize the Internet of Things in 5 areas. Let me break this presentation. We are doing quite well. You are speaking about very interesting things, but we can see the first slide. So let us have a minute longer so that you can show us the slides. I don't really know what to do. So leave the presentation display mode and show the slides. They can pop up on the screen. Everything's all right on our side. It seems to have been blocked. One slide has frozen. It might be too risque to get disconnected. I'll ask the technicians. You can have a try, they are saying. So I'll disconnect and connect back to you and see what happens. Internet of Things. This can be a savior or the killer. Whenever we have bees, it is very important, because devoid of bees will live for 18 months or so and then will die. Thus, the programs like Adopt a Bee. And I'm really happy that the city of Lublin supports beekeeping, and you can have a beehive on the roof of your house. Maria will be connected in a minute. Thank you for the attention. This is what we saw for a moment. I haven't got a clue. Nothing's happening. Do you have the access to the presentation? I have certainly transferred it to you. If you could open it. All right, carry on. we may succeed. Do apologize for technical bugs and snugs. Speaking about the activities that I singled out, the first, less emissions. Intelligent things are the tools that helps control emissions on an ongoing basis and reduce it in an automated way. To be in line with the conditions that we have in the abyss, not only do they limit the odious substances released to the air or water, but also help to control and limit noise pollution and smell pollution. Another is control of use of natural resources. If they have Internet of Things on board, they can utilize in different ways. So this can be automated adjustment of the sphere to light and heat conditions, creation, generation, storage of energy surplus. What is also important is recycling of water, energy, and recovery of natural resources, which have been used for the production process initially. Another area, waste generation limitation, less waste as such. Intelligent things can be used to limit waste in a company, provide for more efficient utilization of the materials and resources, and use things recycling. Not only do we speak about the better management of the commodities that we have, but less utilization of the equipment and less refuse. Sustainable agriculture development is yet another area. The Internet of Things technologies may provide support for plant and animal breeding, for sustainable development of food production in accordance with the principles. Precise farming that is supported by ICT tools makes it possible to optimize crop, use less of harmful fertilizers, proper water management, and proper food management to avoid waste. And the last thing is the protection of plant and animal species, to protect endangered species, to control flora and fauna, and control the harmful phenomena. Coupled with artificial intelligence, makes it possible to exercise a proper care over the environment. The Internet of Things may limit unethical practices against nature, like animal testing of things on animals. Thank you very much for your attention. I do apologize for technicalities. I don't know what's happened with the presentation. Until a certain moment, everything was okay. The presentation was very interesting. Technical problems are not your fault. We do understand it. It's not the first one, but I hope the last one today. Professor, thank you very much for this hugely interesting presentation. It was like a radio broadcast that we're taking part in. Not necessarily did we see what you were speaking about, and the slides were just a wonderful illustration to what you were saying. Useful, but not necessary. Thank you very much for speaking about bees. Bees are very important. This is what I said when you were getting connected. It will take a dozen or so of months before we die of hunger if there are no bees. This is my favorite examples, frankly speaking. Let me remind you about the research, biocybernetics, in addition to biosciences, what I deal with. The bee movement was analyzed by Tadeusz Anusiewicz w Krakow, AGH University of Technology at the beginning of the 80s. It was published in print. It's nice. With this quantum leap of technology, we are able to have a deeper look into what was established before. Are there any questions from those sitting in the auditorium? Online questions? I can see none. Thank you very much for your presentation. And get in touch with me should you learn anything more, or if you wish to have the presentation available. Another speaker, engineer Aleksandra Kondratowicz, online presentation, Military Technical University in Warsaw, the Internet of Things, Revolution in Transport. Aleksandra.
Yes.
Jestem.
Proszę bardzo.
Mam pytanie, czy widać prezentację?
Can you see my slides? Yes, we can see and hear everything. So hello, good afternoon. My name is Aleksandra Kondratovich. I study at the Warsaw Technical Military Academy. So I'm going to talk about IoT in transport. Transport has been around for millennia. People have always used transport to transfer people and goods. Now, transport is undergoing a major change and very dynamic growth. This is mainly due to e-commerce. But along with the growth of transport, there are also problems and challenges emerging to the shipping industry. So this is growing year to year, so there is a need of constant improvements of technologies, streamlining transport processes. So I'm going to talk about opportunities and threats related to the growth of transport. Now, what about problems, issues, and challenges? One of them is the shortage of labor force, especially qualified drivers. The average age of a driver in the EU is 43. Most employees, most drivers in the EU will soon reach retirement. Another thing is new legal regulations concerning, for example, the transport by lorries. Again, there is a problem. There are logistical problems because the throughput of logistic infrastructure is insufficient. Very often, drivers park in places other than originally planned. Germany, Great Britain, Spain, Denmark are the biggest shipment players in Europe. Another thing is damage, failures in vehicles, and growing prices of fuel. The biocomponents and biofuel legislation has additionally deteriorated or aggravated the situation. Cargo vehicles are not used to their full extent or full potential. And the same about the time of travel. Much of the time of travel is used up by drivers resting or sleeping or just waiting. So, on top of these problems, we have also such like transport of goods and pharmaceuticals that have a very short best by dates. So the idea of Internet of Things, this is a concept which assumes that identifiable objects can either directly or indirectly collect, process, and exchange data via electric installation, a smart installation, or computer network. The main purpose of IoT is to create smart spaces, like smart cities or smart transport. The concept was first used by Kevin Ashton in 1999. Even LG in the early 2000s created the first fridge connected to the internet, but it wasn't received very enthusiastically by the market. So today, the idea of IoT is already present in our reality, for example, like wearables, like smart phones or smart watches. So IoT can be implemented in transport. This will help implement modern management methods, and thanks to installing sensors in machines, vehicles, items, systems can collect data and exchange, transfer data to cloud, where this data is analyzed and can help facilitate or streamline processes in reality. So sensors or transmitters, receivers are installed inside vehicles and can monitor different data like vehicle tire pressure or conditions inside the cargo space or inside the cabin. IoT can also communicate data on the most essential events related to, for example, a vehicle. The systems can not only analyze but also force certain configuration settings or behavior of a driver while in transit, if we take the example of logistics. So BlackBerry Radar was the first system, IoT system used in transport. The system was used to track lorries and containers. It was cloud-based. Data which is exchanged is scrambled. The system can detect, for example, border crossings or the closing and opening of vehicle doors, can monitor temperature, humidity, and the presence or absence of cargo. It can also help in warehouse management and help organize warehouse men's work. This is also helpful in stimulating, expanding existing systems. On-command connection is yet another system launched by one command company. On-command company, it's a system used in vehicles, in vehicle engines and cabins. It can measure temperature, speed, tire pressure, and more. Data is collected in at 30 to 60 second intervals. This data, once collected, can be accessed by the operators, customers, and also help design or help schedule preventive and other maintenance activities. Another system is Smart Freight. This is done by Intel. It's a smart system that makes cargo smart. So this time the packaging is fitted with sensors, with integrated processors, memory, and wireless communication interfaces. They collect data. This is done through gates located inside vehicles and on different spots along the route. The gates collect data and transfer them to the cloud, so the operator can monitor different data about the driver, about cargo and vehicle. So a few words about pros and cons of IoT in transport. The major pros are like surveillance, monitoring of location and status of cargo. It helps in decision making. It optimizes routes of shipment of cargo. It increases safety of drivers and cargo, especially if this is these are sets of goods that need to reach the destination faster than others. This also helps when a vehicle or cargo is stolen. For example, BlackBerry Radar can track such items. Also, customers can track their own goods on the way. What about threats or disadvantages? Well, data or IoT systems are exposed to hacking. There may be there is a risk of data leak, like documents or recipes. Also, the use of smart systems translate into a reduced need for human labor. And such a system is much dependent or over-dependent on technology. If there is a failure, this can actually paralyze the entire system, logistics system. So to conclude, technological progress, globalization, problems of contemporary transport and logistics industry, and also growing expectations of customers make companies seek new modern solutions. IoT is one of such solutions, 21st century solution that has its major advantages and disadvantages too. Well, however, the former seem to prevail. IoT is certainly a way to streamline the management of transport. It helps collect data and analyze it. This can help optimize, streamline processes, can help keep safety of cargo and driver, can also help in warehouse management. More than 95% of respondents in surveys say this is what the future should be like, and they are very optimistic on the technology and expect the technology will grow and become more and more available and widespread across transport industry enterprises. Thank you, Madam. And I believe we can accept questions, including yours, Professor. Yeah, this was great to hear. We are about to face the time when IoT will be a fact. Now, the question is, BlackBerry Radar, is it the software designed by the BlackBerry that designed the magnificent telephone? No. All right. Then let's move on to some other questions. What about our delegates in the room? I can see no hands up. Online, I can't see any. So there is the last speaker, and I'm very happy to ask our last speaker. A few years ago, my seminar group had this very man on board, now already holding a degree, continuing his scientific career that I have always encouraged him to do. So my former students, Arkadiusz Garda, who will speak about the management of tourist resources of Lublin using a web-based and mobile application. So over to you, and we are very interested to hear about what you want to say about Lublin and its tourist offer.
Thank you very much for this wonderful introduction. My name is Arkadiusz Gwarda. I'm a lecturer at this very university college in Lublin. Hello and welcome to all those gathered for the conference. Tourist resources management in Lublin with the use of a mobile and internet-based app is what I'm going to present you. We all have access to a little computer that we slide down in our pocket. So those who like using the appliances would find it nice to replace some tools with apps. But before that, I need to learn how to use this device. All right. The app has been created hand in hand with a colleague of mine who is not present here. Kamil Żuk is his name. But I hope I'll be able to tell you all the details that you need. Lublin, magnificent city we all live in. We might have been raised, we might be working here. It was not a tourist destination by principle. No mountains or seas, though we have Lublin Highlands. It was more of an industrial city by principle. 1317 is the year Lublin dates back to. It was the Black Sea transit route for traders. In the 19th century, the Vistula Railway joined Lublin to the Russian railway system. It triggered its industry. Lublin was famous for its industrial plants, passenger cars factory, scales factory, WSK PZL, Świdnik helicopters, Ursus tractors, brewery of Lublin, and many other. Lublin gained a nickname, the student city. Post-war times saw the advent of more and more higher education institutions and universities. It was Maria Curie-Skłodowska's university that joined the Catholic University of Lublin that had existed before, the then Agricultural Academy, today's University of Life Sciences, and so on and so forth. Lublin is a magnet for students from all corners of Poland. In addition to state-owned universities, there is a number of private universities that are recognized. With the advent of the number of students, there's been a greater number of mass events targeted at students and organized by students. Thus, can we refer to Lublin as a tourist city? A fast development of Lublin fuels business tourism into Lublin. There's a decisive factor with regards to the number of visitors. The cyclical events held on annual basis, Jagiellonian market, the Night of Culture, and many other. Not only do we speak about hotels and museums, but there are also many other tourist attractions, including the old city, the Lublin Castle, the rural areas museum, the Botanic Garden, and many other. Oh, hardly can you see the data on the beamer. I think it was PDF converted, and that's the reason. This chart presents something. Well, no need to switch that. It was supposed to show the increase in the number of visitors to Lublin, juxtaposed against the whole province. These are the tourists that use accommodation facilities in the area. 2019 data is the recent data, collected January 18 until February 19. There were 2.27 million tourists visiting Lublin, and they used accommodation facilities. Those who came here to rest, they came here to savor Lublin and Lublin province culture, as well as business tourists. Let me skip this slide. Such tourists who call in Lublin may make use of the app on listed buildings in Lublin. This is coupled with a mobile app. This app might make a further contribution towards mobile technology use by creating a guidebook for tourists with the scoring list, tour planner, accommodation finder, and similar. The app would make it possible to find the location in the vicinity of a particular tourist attraction within Lublin perimeter and outside of the city. It would make possible for the tourists to become familiar with the most interesting information and listed buildings, monuments, and history, location, and similar. The app assumptions. Simple and intuitive interface for easy and pleasant use. An easy replacement of a book tour guide. It was supposed to be a mobile app, not limited to just one device, a web browser and a computer. It can be launched on any device, be it a handset, a tablet, Android, iOS, any platform. All those interested could start an application on their own devices of their choice. Security. Users don't see each other's data apart from accommodation services owners, so that you can use your data to book and confirm and contact with the person who's made the reservation for a room or an apartment. Organizational principles. Easy to use. Any appliance access. And password secured, because it may contain the data stored in the application. Mainly targeted at SME sector of tourism, like hotels, accommodation providers, agri-tourism farms. We have a number of commercial applications which are used by larger facilities. Here, we would have a chance to promote smaller ones. The cascade and bootstrap use makes it possible to fit in to the display size. These are the advantages of the app. Fast browsing for the facilities in the area and fast accommodation browser in the vicinity makes it possible for us to plan your itinerary on the go. We are here, we are running out of time. It's getting dark, so we can prosper for accommodation in the area. If you want to stay longer, you don't have to go to the other side of the city. Outing planner that includes details on tourist facilities. There's a history, a description attached to every facility. The comment system is also available, so you can use the web app in order to learn more about the facility. Functionalities of the application. A user and an owner may add interesting facts about monuments. There is a special tidbit section. The users may air out their opinions, as well as the owners. You may add on and edit information on accommodation facilities. You may click like. We can couple Facebook or Instagram and any other social media to make them more available through the platforms, and comment from social media's accounts. A user can browse through the list of facilities, book accommodation, browse accommodation in the vicinity, restore a forgotten password in a safe way, and the web app makes it possible to create new users and add new locations. A user may use a hybrid application, the one designed for mobile appliances, with a bit more limited functionalities. You may browse through listed monuments lists. You have to log in to book. You can book accommodation, and you can confirm your booking. We can see the registration window example for a new user. This is desktop app, so the computer is required to use it. You need to pin in your name and surname, email address, and validated password composed of at least 6 digits, numbers and special symbols included. Confirmation, registration, and the administrator will have to take the steps to verify the registration, to validate whether this person who has just registered is the owner of a facility. This is the home page of the web app. The internet-based application makes it possible to browse things by pinning in the arrival date and the day you finish your trip, so that you can find accommodation. There are also suggested facilities to see, and there is a go to the complete list option, so we can see all of them. This is an example of Lublin Castle window, a short description, a photo gallery. This is a test version with just one picture. We've got tabs. I like it. This is quite a simple assessment system. The more people like it, the more worth it is visiting the facility, you may assume. Contact data in another tab. This is accommodation browse window. Location, Lublin Castle and vicinity. So let's say that you can have 2 places to go to. You may try booking or seeing the details, or you may get in touch with the owner of the facility. Booking, as shown in the picture, arrival date, check-in, check-out date. You can use a calendar that is available, and we've got 2 minutes left. The fact that you've booked needs to be confirmed by the owner of the facility. Interesting things. You can add tidbits about specific facilities or curiosities. Once verified, you can add your own curiosity note, something that has not been included in the original description. And hybrid application in Android and iOS systems uses the same API as the web one, so the same accounts, the same information set, the same data body. Here it is. This is the screenshot as an example. This is the hybrid app. On the left-hand side, we've got the manager's panel for admin of a facility, booking included. You can confirm or reject your booking or get in touch with a person. On the right-hand side, you can see the start panel, something like the home page we've seen for the desktop app. Technologies on board when creating Laravel 5.8 app framework for internet apps in PHP language, Cascade CSS style sheets, Bootstrap CSS library with a toolbox for simple graphical interface design, JavaScript, jQuery library, and Apache Cordova. The application can be used with any other city. Not only can we speak about Lublin, the database and the transferability, further development, social media connection, assessment and comment, the calendar of events, and ticket purchase through the app. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for this interesting presentation. It takes the first step to climb the highest mountain. I may say something not popular. What's happening on Booking.com, well, it's an absurdity, though I wanted to use a different, more crude word. When you book something, you kind of play a weird game. They want me to click to where they want to click. eBay was unable to kill Allegro. Google was unable to kill Janosik. So this is my wish to you. Let's hope Booking will not kill you. May your app develop. May it develop. Speaking about technology, look at Futa. No more questions. I'm happy to see such initiatives, and it brings hope that we can do something really nice. Are there any questions? Not as a scientist, as a self-government official, let me draw your attention to very interesting themes that you can include in the app. There was 19th century industry aspect. Not necessarily have we used this thread in Lublin. Second half of 19th century, Lublin industry was created, we quote specific locations. However, this is not a part of internet information bloodstream, especially in the touristic context. We use the narrative related to culture to attract people to visit interesting places, but the places saw the advent of 19th century factories in Lublin are very important. This is the essence of industrial past of Lublin Protestants. This can be compared with the accommodation facilities database, not only industrial but also accommodation ones like the Fettes. Speaking about the beginnings of Lublin, it was not 1317, but it was when it was pronounced a city. It was created earlier, but this is just a minutiae thing. This is the aspect that was not clearly highlighted here. Being a person born in Lublin. I'm drawing your attention. This is very important. I do like the app. The industrial themes should be accentuated strongly. Academia, well marked. I'm very happy to see something of this kind in the city of my origin. We come from the same district, so there's a long tradition. We've known each other since we were kids. He's smiling, he approves it, and his introduction to the lecture was so flamboyant that the speaker deserves an avalanche of applause. So I should wrap it up. This automotive center is related to utility trucks, and we as programmers were supporting it 20 plus years ago, more than 20. It was the year 2000. It was the last semester, February. Scientists can squabble about such details. It was the last presentation. We didn't have some people with us, namely Barbara Wykulkowska, but her presentation will be included in conference materials. Thank you very much. I was the binder of all the elements of this conference, the moderator. I'd like to thank the rector, the chancellor who's been with us long, and the speakers, those in technical support and those who have supported us, translating into the sign language whatever we're trying to say here. It has been a magnificent job. Ladies and gentlemen, as we've heard, we shall continue in the second part of March. The themes of the conference will see the continuation. Have a nice evening.
Pytania się pojawiają, doszły mnie słuchy. Czy pytania pojawiają się w... Padło pytanie, czy uczestnicy bierni otrzymają certyfikaty? I już mamy odpowiedź na to pytanie. Uczestnicy bierni po pierwsze otrzymają certyfikaty, ale jest warunek sine qua non. Trzeba wysłać maila informacyjnego na podany adres mailowy związany z tą konferencją. Tak? Czy ta odpowiedź satysfakcjonuje osobę pytającą? Myślę, że tak. Reszta uwag i pytań dotyczy spraw, które zostały rozwiązane, jak widzę, więc już tym dodatkowym akcentem możemy podsumować i zamknąć dzisiejszą konferencję. Jeszcze raz serdecznie wszystkim uczestnikom dziękuję.